from Department of Business Study, Sardar Patel University, Vallabh Vandinagar, Gujarat. Sir has total 36 years of experience in academics and administration, 18 years of experience as a professor and serving as a head of the department since 2015. Sir has more than 85 research papers published in various reputed and UGC care as well as ABDC and Refereed Journal and has authored 8 books till now. We also have Dr. B. Sandhya Rani as co-chairperson for this session. She is an assistant professor of Department of Commerce, University College of Commerce and Business Management, Osmania University, Hyderabad. She has 23 years of experience of teaching and served the university in various capacities. Sir, अगर आपकी अनुमति हो तो हम session start करें? Okay. We'd like to call, ma'am, the list. Yeah. We'd like to call our first participant, that is Dr. Mehraj. Sir, please. Beta, please, play the PPT.
Were the chairman of the session, Professor Sandeep Bhatt, Dr. Sandhya, the co-chairman of the session, the participants, paper presenters, a very good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Mehraj Shah, Associate Professor from Department of Commerce, Central University of Kashmir. I'm going to present my paper on the topic, a study of quality, competence, confirmation of business education in India, perception of student stakeholders towards the faculty. This study is in the backdrop of my research on total quality management that I have undertaken across India in 5 business schools in India. We believe that quality is causality, especially in the context of this very state or this very country, including in the South Asia. We have been doing a lot. We have pushed the NEP accreditation and other assessment bodies so that they can set a benchmark for raising quality. But despite having all those processes in place, we have not been able to shape our academics in such a manner that we can compete and our quality is really that delights the stakeholders, especially in the industry. In that background, I have examined this quality from all stakeholders' point of view, be it industry, be it administration, be it students, be it the faculty. So I'm here talking about the one domain that is only the students' perception about the quality, how they see the faculty is worth for their teaching learning process. Before going further for this presentation, I would like to put down here the structure, what will be the structure of my study. I will be talking about the introduction, theoretical background, objectives, hypothesis, scope of the study, then reliability and validity of the instrument, research methodology, scale, dimensions, variables, descriptive statistics, parametric statistics, main findings, recommendations, and limitations of the study. As I said, quality is something which delights the customer. In the context of business education, quality is one that is appropriate, that fits to the expectations of students, that fits to the expectations of the industry and academia. And therefore, quality competence conformance refers the extent to which quality of teaching learning process conforms to the expected standards and specification of stakeholders, students in business education. In the rest of the world, students are going to business schools and they say, the faculty, I want to be the manager of such and such company, Google company. Can you make me? They say yes. And accordingly, they design the curriculum. And this kind of situation is not possible here. Since this study is based on the theoretical background of Zithmel, Barrier, and Parasoman model, and a huge research has been conducted on this field, and it has been founded on the basis of this research background. Now, the objectives of this study is to study the quality of competence confirmation of or disconfirmation of faculty in business education, to identify the factors responsible for the confirmation or disconfirmation of the quality, and then to suggest the measures for better quality of education in business education. Since I said that this study is confined to 5 business schools, the expected quality or hypothesis of the study is the expected quality competence in education, the perceived quality of competence in education gap among 5 business schools is uniform, and its alternative hypothesis is reverse of the same. Now, this is how I have translated the hypothesis of 5 business schools into mu1, mu2, mu3, mu4, mu5. They are all alike for dimension 1, dimension 2, dimension 3. And this is mu1 refers the Business School, University of Kashmir. Mu2 refers Business School, University of Jammu. Mu3 refers to Business School, Aligarh Muslim University. B4 refers to FMS Delhi, and Mu5 refers to what we call the Business School Chandigarh. The scope, as I said, this study is spread over in the northern India of 5 business schools, leading 5 business schools, one from Kashmir University, Jammu University, Aligarh Muslim University, FMS, and UBS Chandigarh. Now, this is the reliability, all the factors. We have got the intercorrelation 0.8 and reliability factor 0.8070. And see here, reliability of all the variables dimensions is positive above 0.7, confirming the reliability of the scale. As I said, we have used the scale that I have developed myself and confirmed it laterwards, and it is spread over the 5-point Likert scale, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 1 is the least and poor, and while as the 5 is the high, very good, satisfactory. Now, this is the very important aspect of my research, my presentation. I have tried to examine the quality of education on 3 important aspects. One is technical competence, another is the functional competence. Technical competence, we refer in terms of knowledge, and we refer it in terms of skills. A teacher may be competent in terms of knowledge and in terms of skill, but at the same time, he may not be...
You have another 2 minutes to go.
Okay, I will conclude. He may not be fit in terms of his behavior. That is why I have taken the another aspect, that is functional competence refers to attitude. And these are the variables: class management, knowledge, class management skills, communication skills, analytical skills, and conceptual knowledge, interdisciplinary knowledge, procedural knowledge. And then I'm going to the other variables, that is problem solving, problem understanding, empathy of the teachers, ethics and values in the teachers. And on the basis of this descriptive stats, I have seen that quality disconfirmation vis-a-vis skill, vis-a-vis knowledge, and vis-a-vis the attitude also. And I have put certain parametric statistical tests to this descriptive statistics, and they have almost for all the variables, they have rejected the null hypothesis, and quality of education varies significantly across the various business schools.
Please conclude.
Okay, ma'am, thank you very much. I may not be able to complete my whole presentation due to paucity of the time. Thank you to the
Can
chairman,
we ask
to
you
the
one or
co-chair.
two questions?
Yes, 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 yes.
How did you collect the data?
I have collected this data through a questionnaire which I administered myself to
What is
all
your sample size?
308.
Who are your respondents?
My respondents were students of 5 business schools.
What type of a test you have applied
I
to
have
test your hypothesis?
yes, yes. I have applied ANOVA. I have applied Duncan's post hoc test.
I could see
yes,
that
yes,
they're all the
there.
quality variables. Quality variables. How did you convert the qualitative data into quantitative?
This is a big discussion. If we had a Delphi a brainstorming session, we
Okay. Right. I understand.
myself is teaching research methodology, so I'm well at home in the subject. Self-praise is no recommendation, but still I believe like that. Thank you, madam.
Congratulations.
Thank you
Well
for giving me
presented.
the this opportunity for presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
मेरा आप सबसे
a
बहुत
small
विनम्र
announcement.
निवेदन है कि आप लोग अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें प्लीज़। या और मैं आपको एक सूचना देना चाहूँगी
Good
कि
presentation.
टॉप 10 पेपर्स के लिए जो समय निर्धारित है वो है 10 मिनट का, और उसके बाद जितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उन्हें हम 3-3 मिनट का समय देंगे। उम्मीद करते हैं आपको मेरी बात समझ में आ गई होगी। टॉप 10 पेपर्स को हम 10 मिनट का समय देंगे और उसके बाद के पेपर को हम 3 मिनट का समय देंगे अपने पेपर को प्रेजेंट करके कंक्लूड करने के लिए। थैंक यू एंड विल लाइक टू कॉल दिस व्हाट्स द नेक्स्ट, हाँ, लाइक टू कॉल संदीप सर फॉर हिज पेपर प्रेजेंटिंग। No, he doesn't have PPT. He'll be presenting it.
आपका क्या नाम है?
Dr. Neetu.
डॉक्टर संजीव कुमार सिंह। ओके ओके राइट। थैंक यू। Respected Professor Sandeep K. Bhatt, sir, chairman of the session, and co-chairperson B. Sandhya Rani, and all delegates, a very good morning. Myself, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Head of the Department of Commerce, PG Department of Commerce and Business Management, Kolan University, Chaiwasa, Jharkhand. My paper is NEP 2020 and self-employment, a study of Jharkhand. The abstract is, in the year 17 and 18, the unemployment rate of Jharkhand was 7.7% in all age groups. At that time, Jharkhand was ranked 7th among the state with the highest unemployment in the country. In the year 2023, Jharkhand is at 8th position among the state with highest unemployment in the country with 13.1%. This situation in Jharkhand has persisted for the last 6 months. According to the new data released by the Center of Monitoring Indian Economy, CMIE, Jharkhand has remained at 7th or 8th position among the state with highest unemployment in the month of May 2023 for the last 6 months consequently. The support shows the unemployment is increasing rapidly in rural area of Jharkhand. Also, the state government has planned to give a monthly allowance of rupees 1,000 to the unemployed. But still, the real issue in the unemployment in this research paper, the usefulness of the new education policy, NEP 2020. In the context of increasing unemployment in Jharkhand has been reviewed at an attempt has been made to know how the new education policy 2020 and develop opportunity for innovation and entrepreneurship among the youth in the state. The key word is NEP 2020 Jharkhand, unemployment, rural areas, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Now, NEP 2020 presents students with both opportunity and challenges. It is an opportunity because in the past, students typically concentrated on a single subject. Now they have the chance to study variety of multidisciplinary subjects. This means that a student who previously focused on history, for example, can now explore the field of commerce as well. This broader approach to education offers students now possible and a wider range of subjects to choose from, allowing them to align their studies more closely with their career goal and personal interest. In essence, NEP 2020 expand the horizons of students' educational experiences. In today's environment or situations, the chance of students getting government job are decreasing. This steps NEP 2020 of government is motivating the youth towards self-employment. With the new education policy, every student will get an opportunity to plan for his and her future. But for this, the government will also have strengthened the infrastructure and number of teachers in colleges. There is a new possibility for future in the new education policy, but there are many challenges in the field of literature. Tribal culture is linked to the region-wise literature and language of Jharkhand. The government will have to draw its attention towards this. The challenges is to appoint teacher for this local language in colleges and to make the local language employable. Most of the colleges in Jharkhand do not have a local language teacher. In NEP 2020, honors and research are to be selected.
Sir, kindly conclude, sir. Kindly conclude.
Conclude? NEP 2020 has good initiative for innovation, entrepreneurship, and self-employment, but innovation and entrepreneurship cannot be promoted within a short time frame in poor and backward state like Jharkhand. This required to collective efforts from all sections of the society. NEP 2020 has paved in improvement path for employment education. State institutions need to create an environment where out of the box and innovation thinking encouraged, and this can be done only if our trainers and trained accordingly. Training of trainers program needs to be organized accordingly, and the curriculum of existing training should be revised.
Okay.
Training program for
Okay,
training
sir.
should be focused.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjeev Kumarji, for throwing light of the study of Jharkhand. I request all the participants and the organizers and the organizing team as well to kindly maintain the decorum of the hall, because when the presentations are going on, we expect that everyone to maintain silence. A few instructions from our side. Please tell the title. Title anyway, I will tell you, right? So you don't have to repeat the title or your name and the university and all. You don't have to repeat. Kindly come to the objective of your paper, and if you have applied any test, hypothesis, test, and the major findings and observations. Conclude. All right. So try to be crisp and clear instead of reading out. Tell the main findings of your paper, of your article. Right? And then please kindly stick to the time. Do not take more than 5 minutes. Now the next presentation is by Hina Sunil Oza. Is she there? Hina Sunil? Kamini Kiran Shah? Acha, please.
For the first number, Hina, she along with 59 means Hina and 59 number have a common presentation. Okay, so I'll make a tick. 1 and 59, yeah. Actually, ma'am, आपको पता कैसे लगेगा because people are still coming, so I can call people if you want.
First of all, take to the order.
But they are not present, na? So ma'am,
It's okay, fine. We will repeat again.
Okay, fine.
So Hina will give her presentation on NEP 2020 outcome-based education, some empirical evidence. So please, objectives and your major findings. Take not more than 3 to 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Greetings to all, to the delegates and my august audience. I am SRF Krishna Khamar, and due to time constraint, will directly start with the objectives. In nutshell, what NEP is trying to say with the major changes that they are suggesting is to bring autonomy by the institution. The very first thing that faculty and the institution will concentrate more on autonomy. The second thing that they have emphasized on is there are two major stakeholders. One is institution and students. So both of them will make few changes. Students will try to give more support to whatever changes are made by the institution in terms of curriculum, pedagogy and assessment. We see that outcome-based objective is relevant to this. Outcome-based objective brings a lot of things which we see as it has a very different perspective that every student should get an environment where we see that the objective is very well defined earlier, and then every student is having the environment by which they can conduct it. And lastly, outcome-based system also say that there should be a report of attainment also. So not only talking about the targets, but also about the goals and how to attain it. This is the traditional education system, which was majorly teacher-centered. We also see that earlier we used to get what older generation has done and what they can, what we can learn from the older generation. Next thing, student used to just get the environment, and also we see that there was nothing beyond the classroom. We were seeing everything that students are learning was related to the material and from the classroom. Next, we see the outline. As we have talked earlier, that it is an educational theory. which brings some kind of outcomes, goals that we have to stick upon. Next, we see that the experience that student get should result into achievement of the end goals. This single framework do not have any specified style of teaching or assessment. So we can prefer whatever we want to. Next is the classes should be based on specified outcomes. The program should be based on specified outcomes. And the roles of the teachers is being fixed based on the outcomes and the targets that has been decided for the particular program. Next, we see this diagram very particularly shows the design which is being framed is will start from intending and learning. The outcomes from the institution will then come to academic program, will be refined further to the courses, and next will go to the unit and then to lesson. While when we deliver, it is the reverse. We'll first go to the lesson, we'll deliver it based on the outcomes decided, then we'll move towards the units, then to the course, then program, and then to the institution. Then lastly, the attainment, which is very important, will also be done. Outcome-based education has parts, subparts, which has curriculum, which will give us answer to few questions which are always there. How to achieve the target, what are the things that we should include, the teaching and learning is the next step, and the last is assessment. There is a difference that we can see. Due to time constraint, we won't take it all as we have covered a lot, but we can see the scope here is in the diagram itself is very narrow, was very narrow in traditional education, but OBE brings a broader concept and more of flexibility to the concept. Research objectives. The very first objective is to explore the implementation of OBE in higher education. OBE is not a new concept. It has been in the system for a while, but everybody is not putting it forward on their website, or no awareness is being seen. Many people don't have the grip over it. Many institutions are not letting it into the limelight. So this should be there. Next is to suggest few strategies by which these problems can be dealt with. The very first is research methodology. Extract. We first went for the extraction of the data, then to organize it. Whatever list of data we got, we organized it, selected few of them, again collected the data from them on which we wanted to focus, and next was the score assignment. In detail, we have the inclusion-exclusion criteria for the extraction of the population list. We included the colleges which were affiliated and autonomous. As we are seeing that after 15 years, we'll be seeing comparatively lesser affiliated colleges and more of autonomous after we introduce or implement NEP. Because we have seen that NEP is concentrating more on autonomy. After NEP came, there are more of autonomous colleges being approved and graded. So this is why we have taken these two things. Next, we have taken commerce programs only, the colleges or institutions that provide commerce programs. Time period has also been fixed, that is from January 1st. The colleges that were graded, we used official NEC website, and the colleges which have got grades or rank between this time was only taken. And the last was websites were of higher education which were accessible were taken. Few of them were not accessible, which was removed from the list on later stage. All in all, for the population list, we had 48 colleges within this time frame, both for PG colleges, affiliated PG colleges, and autonomous colleges. So, whole India. Yeah. So from the website, we constrained the time frame, so we got this. NEC official website. Yeah. So for this sampling method, we have used systematic sampling. So we have kept an interval. For this, the whole list of population was organized according to AISHE ID. So chronologically they were organized. The very first, for the selection what we have done is, the very first college was selected. Then after the interval of 5 colleges, we selected the 6th one. Then after the interval of 5, we selected the 11th, and so on. Next, we collected data from their official website. Now, as we know that as a part of NEC, OBE is to be presented on your website. The attainment that you make is also to be presented on your website. It's to be declared or disclosed, so that people come to know before students come to know, and all the stakeholders has this information. So on the basis of that, we have assigned scores. The assignment of score is according to this. If they have not displayed anything, no POs, that is program outcomes, or course outcomes. If they don't have anything presented, the score is 0. If they have objectives in course similar, the outcomes similar, that is the program outcomes or the course outcomes are similar to their course objectives, they have not really framed it, they have just kept it very similar, then we have given them 1 as a score. 2 as a score has been provided to the website where POs, COs and PSOs, these are being according to the OBE. So they have actually put in efforts, or some kind of effort has been made by whole institution for framing all these. And
Main findings.
yes.
You have only 1 minute time.
Yes. So this is the finding. Somewhere we can see from a graphical representation that here are the grades and the scores which we see that we have assigned. So the grades and scores go simultaneously. So it is also required that if you have OBE and if you have actually done few things with that, for both the colleges, it is being seen that the score goes with the grade. So this can help you for the grades also, for getting a better grade in NAC. And also we have a few things like, yes, we see here the pestle. What we got to know is that the social things are very important here when we talk about OBE or the support. Few factors that would affect, these all are also from 2 stakeholders, the students and the institution. What strategies we suggest is that the teachers' preparedness should be done, students' preparedness, higher education support, parents and society support, authority support, and industry and trade business support. There are strategies in detail that how can they give this. So we have a few programs that they can do, workshops, FDPs and awareness programs, and also we have UGC thing. Okay, ma'am. And this is student preparedness. So for this also we have 2 programs. Apart from this, there are a few strategies suggested in particular for every particular strategy or every factor that will affect the OBE presentation. Lastly, we would conclude that there is one term that is educatedness, which is very important, and somewhere NEP vision for this education system could be achieved through educatedness. It is a set, educatedness word is a set of intelligence that empowers individuals to strive for their own well-being and society, nation, humanity, and the whole planet.
You have collected the data from AICHE website or otherwise from NAC?
It is NEC website. Every college has a AISHE number, ID, which is very unique.
Okay.
So we have organized it in ascending order, and then we went to a systematic.
So in the NAC website, there are only 48 colleges?
In this time frame, which have been graded.
Okay.
Only in this time frame,
Period.
which has been graded. They have got grades in this time frame.
So out of the 48, you have selected 10?
10. So
on what
the
basis?
total sample is on basis of systematic sampling. There is an order that we arranged, and then we
It was a random?
Yes. Not, yes, random.
Absolutely,
something,
it's
yeah.
random, right? Every 5th college
fifth,
you have
yes,
selected,
random.
which is absolutely random.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I could see that you have applied pestle analysis.
Yes,
So
this-
what factors have you taken under political or environmental or societal and all those? You just tell me one or two.
This was this is something which we have not applied. This was a paper from Literature Review. They have applied it and they somewhere emphasized that social factors are the one.
Oh, you have
Yes, we
taken
have
their
taken.
analysis. You didn't do it.
We have not taken their analysis, but they stated in our support that social is a factor which has been emphasized a lot. So this is the only thing that we have taken, that social factor thing.
So you have borrowed
And
from
then-
someone's paper.
No, we have not borrowed. So it was just a part of discussion that from their LR we found a support to our paper.
Ah.
That's it. So
Okay,
that is
then,
why.
then
we
what
included.
factors have you considered under societal factors for doing the analysis?
As society, we know there are many things in the
No,
stakeholders.
you tell me
We know
parameters,
parents,
one or two parameters.
we know institutions that we have taken, teachers that come as a part of society. They provide an environment because of which students create their own preparedness. So that is why the strategies that we have taken. So the earlier thing, this whole part is from that. And we have self-efficacy also, and
Right.
that is why.
Good presentation. Congratulations. Thank you. And now we move on to the second presentation. Kamini Kiran Shah. Is she there? Yes. The next presentation would be by Ramesh. Are you there? Please be ready. Ramesh. Shilpi. Shilpi is there? Yeah, you'll be the next one. So Ramesh, Kamini Kiran Shah will present on a study on the awareness and perception of National Education Policy 2020 among students and teachers of Gujarat. Madam, directly to the objectives and then the major findings so that you can spend some good amount of time on, on describing your findings, highlighting your findings.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
I will call out.
So, Honorable Chairperson of the session, Professor Sandeep Bhatt sir, Dr. B. Sandhya Rani ma'am, co-chairperson, and my fellow participants and professors across the India. Good morning to one and all. Today, I am here to make a presentation on our research paper, a study on the awareness and perception of National Education Policy 2020 among students and teachers of Gujarat, on behalf of my other two fellow researchers, Dr. Dharti Rami and Dr. Deep Waghela. This is the quote given by our former Union Cabinet Minister of Education: teachers are the key to the implementation of NEP 2020. And this particular policy is forward-looking people's policy, and specifically students are at the core. And we all are now experiencing this major transformational change in the field of education, and we all are party to this, so that the sustainable development of the higher education and students, they become more employable, and their holistic development can be seen over a period of time. This introduction, I won't spend much time on it, but I would like to definitely again mention this. Our Honorable Prime Minister, on the first completion of first year of NEP, he addressed the Vice Chancellors, and he said that you face a problem of bringing students, maximum attendance in the class. When you go to the theater, when you go to the restaurants, you talk about its ambience. Then why don't you create that ambience in the class, so that they feel like coming to the class, instead of just one-way discussion, instead of the same method of teaching over the years and years using same notes and all that. You should focus on the experiential learning, going beyond books, going beyond classroom. And that's why he says all students have certain capabilities. Ask them what they can do. That talks about their inner potential. What is their potential if they are properly taught? This talks about the institutional potential. And if both these merge well,
Ma'am, go
then
to the
students
objectives,
can
ma'am.
do whatever they feel like. With due respect, ma'am, I think you said that first 10 presenters will get 10 minutes,
minutes,
and I'll finish within the time.
Take 7 minutes so that we can spend 3 minutes for question
Okay,
and
fine.
answer.
Thank you, ma'am. These are the few highlights of NEP. We all have attended lot many webinars and seminars, and that's why we are aware about it, that what is the major emphasis on national education policy. So introduction, I won't spend much time, but these are some literature review and which says that there is a limited awareness and we need to check on the perception of these major two stakeholders of this policy, teachers and students. And that's why our research gap is many research papers and articles emphasized on national education policy by exploring the mechanism or the roadmap it provided to complete its targets and objectives. But limited research has been done on exploring awareness and perception of students who are at the core and teachers of Gujarat state towards NEP 2020. And that's why it is interesting to explore the awareness and perception of two main stakeholders of this particular policy. So, statement of the research problem and empirical study on the awareness and perception of national education policy 2020 among students and teachers of Gujarat. We have two research objectives to know whether awareness level and perception of NEP 2020 differs due to certain demographic factors like gender, level of education, year of study, age group, etc. And another objective is to know whether awareness level and perception of NEP 2020 differs due to gender, stream of teaching, area of teaching, educational qualification, and experience of teachers. These are the two main hypotheses we have. The awareness of NEP 2020 and perception of NEP 2020 do not differ due to demographic variables such as gender, level of education, year of study, and age group among students. And second null hypothesis, the awareness of NEP 2020 and perception of NEP 2020 do not differ due to demographic variables such as gender, stream of teachers, area of teaching, educational qualification, experience among teachers, that is educators. Our research methodology, it's a descriptive study, the sampling technique, non-probability convenience sampling. Target population is educators and students of Gujarat. Our sample size, 204 educators, 324 students. Data collection is through primary survey using structured questionnaire. And here we tried using both offline and online data collection. Like Sardar Patel University, Ganpat University, MS University, we collected data offline. Kutch University, Gujarat University, we collected online. Using our own friends, they are working there and we took their help for data collection. Yeah. The two tests we have used, the independent two sample t-test and one-way ANOVA. This is the reliability coefficient, 0.897 shows the consistency of our variable. The first for the first hypothesis, the sub-hypothesis is the awareness of NEP 2020 and perception of NEP 2020 does not differ due to gender of students. And as you can see here, that the awareness on fundamental principles in NEP 2020 and awareness on multidimensional assessment, on these two, we got the significant difference. Other two is showing insignificant difference. Similarly, perception, if we see here, only the two again variables like perception on requirement of training in staff and perception on learning environment, this too shows insignificant difference. Similarly, it was on level of education among students. And all variables, we could identify significant difference except one, that is perception on the way of teaching. Then the year of study, the first year, second year, like that. among students, and there all the variables, there is a significant difference. Similarly, the age group of students, except two, all other, these two are the awareness on multidimensional assessment and perception on changes in education policy. Only these two we found insignificant difference. Then teachers, our second hypothesis, the awareness of NEP 2020 and perception of NEP 2020 does not differ due to gender among teachers, and our independent sample t-test says that it's a mixed outcome. We can observe here that significant difference is only in awareness on key changes in school education. And for the perception, it's mixed, 3+3. Like if we say perception on practical implications, then implication of NEP in the rural areas and on the way of teaching pedagogy, there we could find significant difference. Similarly, the stream of teaching among the educators, and there on the awareness variables, all we identified significant difference, but yes, there are two, perception on requirement of training in teachers or staff and perception on implication of NEP 2020 in rural area, there was an insignificant difference. Similarly, educational qualification among the teachers, we have identified in the awareness on key changes in higher education, there is an insignificant difference. And remaining on the perception, I'll go to ma'am then in that case, major findings. These are the summary of hypothesis testing, where only two, that is awareness of NEP 2020 and perception of NEP 2020 does not differ due to gender among teachers, we failed to reject, and it does not differ due to area of teaching among teachers, that also we failed to reject. So our major findings for the students, the awareness of fundamental principles of NEP, multidimensional assessment, perception of changes in educational policy, practical implication, the implication in rural areas, and the way of teaching differed as male students were more aware and had a positive perception of NEP 2020. The level of education and years of study significantly differs in awareness
Please
and
conclude.
perception. One or two for educators, ma'am? Yeah. The awareness and perception significantly differs due to stream of educators, and it do not significantly differ due to area of teaching. Suggestions, there is still a need for sensitization program of NEP 2020, as many students are still unaware about its benefits, and for the educators, they require to go through various developmental programs for each component of NEP 2020. So our study observed that educators were more aware about the various aspects of NEP 2020, and they had more positive perceptions towards the implementation because they are part of the process. Students are still in the initial stage, that's why this may be the outcome. Limitations, the study is focused on Gujarat state only, and it observes awareness level and perception of respondents only, and awareness and perception
we can close
of
this.
other stakeholders did
Yeah.
not study it.
Right. That was a very good presentation, a good research article, I should say. Ma'am, can you tell me what is the difference between perception and awareness?
NEP, lot many things we hear about. Even students are part of the many programs.
No, my question is...
Yes. I'm going to that only. I'm answering your question, ma'am. So they are aware that there is something like national education policy, and now the undergrads program are going to be 4 years and PG program maybe of 1 year. This kind of awareness is there. But their perception that how they are going to benefit out of it, what they can extract from this major transformation in the education system, and ultimately they are the one who are
How did you measure the perception?
Through ANOVA test. The test you are
How did
asking,
you collect, how did you measure?
we have 28 statements on all these variables.
How did you convert it into quantitative figures? Perception is
Through
something
Likert
which
scale,
is
Likert scale.
theoretical. Okay, it was
We have
a
used Likert scale.
rating.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So on rating, you have applied ANOVA.
Yes.
ANOVA. Can we apply ANOVA on rating?
I think it's. Shall I? Yes, it is. ANOVA.
Because we can apply ANOVA on
There are, when in the questionnaire we offer more than one.
interval data,
yeah,
ratio
yes,
data,
yeah.
but that is a nominal data, right?
Yes.
Rating.
Yeah, it's one way ANOVA.
Yeah, she has mentioned that. Okay, so what is the period of study, ma'am?
It's we used over 6 months we collected the data.
Okay, right. Congratulations. Yeah, please.
I am Professor A. Ravichandran from Satyavedi College Evening, University of Delhi. So in the present context of NEP 2020, it's mainly focus on the application of ICT tools while delivering the pedagogy content of that blended mode of teaching, e-content development, Indian value education. Am I correct? NEP
Partly correct.
Partly correct.
Yes, sir.
No.
That is just what
that's
you
why I'm
have-
telling. That's why I'm telling. It is mainly focusing towards.
No, not
Yes.
mainly even,
So,
sir. Not
no,
mainly
okay,
even.
okay,
It
okay,
is.
okay,
It-
okay.
This is
I
just
fe-
one component teaching pedagogy.
Yeah, I feel for the effective implementation of NEP 2020, I feel there is a skill gap among the faculty members. What is the desired level and what is the existing levels of faculty members competent?
In my
competence?
suggestions, actually,
Let
I
me
have
complete the-
included, there
let
is
me
a
complete
need
the question.
to include faculty internship.
Let me complete the question. So, to mitigate the faculty competent level, competency gap, is there any specific policy level recommendation in the NEP 2020 document so that the skill gap among the faculty members can reduce, so that it can be effectively implemented? Thank you.
Teachers training is emphasized a lot, and that's why if you have observed in all HRDC, IKS programs are going on continuously, technology based learning, teaching learning process like MOOC, how to develop MOOC programs and all that. It is continuously going on, and even refresher courses and all, now it is in hybrid mode. Some of them are exclusively on online mode even, so that it is not restricted to only those who can come in person and attend that.
Absolutely fine. Actually, that was not the question to be asked to her, because we have to restrict only to the extent of her presentation. This was something, a general question. Yeah, the faculties, the capacity building of the teachers that is happening through, training the teachers by providing, refresher courses, the NEP, workshops and all by HRDCs. Sure. But I think we'll have to proceed.
I will be very brief. I think the madam has well replied that we have to upskill the teachers through trainings and other programs. There are two important aspects. That is a functional aspect of a teacher. Functionally, knowledgeably, we may be good. In terms of skill, we may be good. But when it comes to functioning in the class, we miserably fail. A student asks us a question and we say, don't ask us question. And he asks us a help beyond his official class hours, we don't come forward. And these are the important aspects. I have a detailed presentation on skill and knowledge that I have already done, but due to paucity of time, I could not do the justice with my presentation. But the functional aspect is to be very much, we have to take care of. I have written a detailed couple of papers on ethics of teachers in the class and outside the class, and those papers are already published and well documented. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am.
Now the next presentation is by Ramesh. Is it there? I think he's there. Sir. He's not there. Okay. Next by Shilpi Sahi. And who is the co-author? Dr. Rupa. They will give the presentation on the topic of the title, Faculty Perceptions Towards NEP, an empirical study on select educational institutions in Delhi, NCR region. Madam, kindly directly come to the objective so that you can spend some time on your findings. Yeah. Take 6 minutes, not more than 6 minutes.
A very good morning to our respected panelists and our dear colleagues and friends from all over the country. This is our presentation about the faculty presentation towards National Education Policy of 2020, and it's about the study from select educational institutions in Delhi and NCR region. So as per the introduction part, I would like to skip, as ma'am is suggesting. And only thing I would say is this is the third step after the independence, after 1986. Now this is the 2020 thing. And the rationale of the study, I would like to say, this policy aligns with global educational objective, particularly those outlined in United Nations Vision 2030 and Sustainable Development Goal 4, which emphasizes on the inclusive education, means inclusive in every respect, be it gender, be it the disability part, anything. So it has to be more flexible, more futuristic, and globally competitive education system. So as per the literature review, I would like to say that it is more based on one of the finest examples of education system being carried out in Finland, and also it is more holistic, interdisciplinary, and value-based education, as has been cited by Patil's research, and which says that it is basically based on Gurukul and the Takshashila way of teaching. And it is also about critical thinking, multidisciplinary kind of approach, which is in various authors have written a lot about it. Let's directly come to now the objectives that of our study. To understand, we want to understand the teacher's perception after a year of implementation of National Education Policy 2020. And we all know we have moved to the third semester, and third semester is also finishing, means we know the teacher's perception of 1 year. So, and we have, the objective is also to identify the parameters to measure the teacher's perception on National Education Policy, and we have identified 4 parameters. Shilpi will be telling you more about it. And also we want to find out the relationship, if any, is between the identified parameters of teachers' perception on this policy. And the fourth objective is to find out difference between identified parameters of teachers' perception on the basis of different disciplines that they teach. So is there any kind of relationship? That also we have tried to focus on. And the hypothesis that we have built on is basically 2 hypotheses. First hypothesis, which is null hypothesis, is there is no correlation between teachers' perception on students' learning and learning environment, career growth, holistic and multidisciplinary education, and educational development under national education policy. These are the 4 parameters where we are trying to see where is there any correlation between all these 4 aspects related to teachers' perception. And then also the second hypothesis, main hypothesis, is there is no difference in teachers' perception on student learning and learning environment, career growth, second. Third, holistic and multidisciplinary education. Fourth, institutional development under national policy. So we want to see whether based on discipline, is there any difference in their perceptions. Then comes the methodology part, which will be explained by Shilpi.
Thank you, ma'am. This is our methodology. We did the review of literature. Ma'am have discussed the various parameters, the themes we have picked up from the research articles. From those research articles already published in NEP area, we picked up 4 major variables. This is given in our hypothesis also. We have identified student learning environment, 1 variable, career growth, 2nd variable, holistic and multidisciplinary education, 3rd, and institutional development, 4th variable. We have used this variable further in our analysis. This was the first finding of our study based on systematic literature review. Then we have used descriptive research design method. Based on these 4 variables, we have identified indicators under these 4 variables and developed a structure questionnaire for this, specifically for this study. This was a self-administered questionnaire conducted through a web link. We have used measures of central tendency, correlation, ANOVA, and further to gauge differences, we have did the post hoc analysis in ANOVA. Then Cronbach reliability test, we have done Cronbach alpha we have used. Descriptive analysis is important. We have found that for some of the statements, though for most of the statements, teachers have positive perceptions. Teachers were already into the system, they were aware about NEP, but they have some reservations about NEP. The mean scores were less for second statement. NEP outcome are based on memorizing and rote learning, means teachers are not agreeing to this. They don't think that it is so mean scores were less. But for 9th and 10th statement, they perceive that appropriate facilities like infrastructure support are not available to the teachers. This is teachers perceive, their belief about the NEP. 10th, appropriate learning support like technological aids and training programs, though they are there, but they think this is not sufficient adequate under NEP for them. This is their perception. For career growth, mean scores were high. They think that NEP focuses on career growth of the students. Holistic and multidisciplinary education, this is the key theme of NEP approach. It focuses on interdisciplinary learning. So there were high scores for this. There were high scores of institutional development. Next part of analysis is correlation analysis. We have found significant correlation between all 4 parameters. It means if a teacher has positive perception towards 1 parameter, they have given positive perception about other 3 parameters also. ANOVA results. Here, there were no significant differences on the last 3 parameters: career growth, holistic and multidisciplinary variable, institutional development. All of the teachers have positive perceptions. And for ANOVA result, our categorical variable was discipline. Arts, humanities, science, and commerce. We clubbed the teachers into these 3 groups, then we did the ANOVA results. But we have found significant difference between, for the first variable, student learning and learning environment. To gauge where the significant difference lies, we use the post hoc t-test. There we have found that science teachers have positive perceptions about NEP than arts and commerce teachers. So this study was in Delhi NCR region. This is for Delhi NCR region. In the previous study, the result was different. There was no significant difference between discipline. That was a Gujarat study. But in Delhi NCR, we have found there was significant difference in discipline, and science teachers have positive perceptions about national education policy. These were the conclusions which I have explained while discussing the analysis part. Limitations in further area of studies. First is response shift bias. 2 years has been completed under NEP. Now in 3rd, 4th, and 5th year, in subsequent years, their responses might shift due to full implementation of NEP and seeing its outcomes. So that might shift over the time period. So longitudinal study can be conducted over the time period for these variables. varied opinion of the teachers. While collecting the data, teachers requested that why not to collect interview or detailed response from our, so further qualitative analysis using phenomenological study interview method can be conducted to carry over this research. Thank you so much. Any questions, ma'am, sir?
That was short and crisp. So to understand the information perceptions, you have again, used the Likert scale.
Yes, ma'am. From
So
strongly
you have
agree to
calculated
strongly
the
disagree.
mean for the Likert scale.
Yes, we
Standard
have,
deviation
we
for the
have
Likert
coded,
scale.
Yes, we have coded it.
Okay.
From 1 to 5. Strongly disagree was 1, strongly agree was 5. We computed mean score for all the statements.
That's what I'm saying.
We have
You have
used advanced-
calculated the mean for from the Likert scale.
We have
and-
used standard deviation, variation also, but we have not showcased
Okay,
it here
out
due to
of
positive.
one or two sample, how many of them belong to the science stream and how many of them belong to the arts?
20 to 25 from science stream.
20.
Rest from the arts, humanities, and
Tell us the exact number.
exact number.
Okay,
It
that's
was 21, I guess, ma'am. 21.
okay. Okay, fine. Yeah.
We are
That was a
planning
good-
to have a longitudinal study, so in future we'll increase our responses. This is not a done research from our side, we'll continue it. So in future we'll increase our sample size. So this was the first level analysis from our side specifically for ICA conference.
We just collected in 1 month across 102 responses. Were,
Okay, so that was a good
received from the-
presentation. Congratulations, good.
Thank
Now
you so
the
much,
next
ma'am.
presentation is by Ranjit Kumar. I think we have many presentations to go. Can you please
We can discuss later on, sir. We are here only in the campus. You can discuss with us.
because we
Thank you
have
so
to
much.
wind up the session by 12 o'clock and we do not know how many of them have turned up and how many of them are absent. If we have time, we can have some discussion at the end. है ना sir? क्या बोल रहे हैं आप? है ना? The next presentation is by Ranjit Kumar. Is he there? Ranjit Kumar. No, Ranjit Kumar Ambast. Next, Mallikarjun Muttappa. Next, Gautam Prasad. Gautam Prasad is there. Sanjay Kumar Sinha. Sanjay Kumar Sinha. Sunil Shivaji Rao. Acha. Sonal Sharma, Manguram, I guess these participants are not there. Now the next one is Sanjeev Nayan Singh ji. Sanjeev. Rajiv. Rajiv Nayan? अच्छा 28. कोई नहीं. Oh. Yeah, so I request now Rajiv Kumar Agarwal, है ना? Yeah, Rajiv Kumar Agarwal on the topic of impact of NEP reforms on students of higher education, a critical review. So please introduce yourself. You are from which college and university, and then the main objectives and observations.
Good morning, everyone.
So kindly take 5 minutes time.
Okay. Myself, Dr. Rajiv Agrawal, Vardhaman College, Bijnor, affiliated to MJP Ruhelkhand University, Bareilly. Thanks for giving the opportunity to present my paper. The topic of the paper is impact of new education policy reform on the student of higher education. Higher education has a pivotal role in the advancement and improvement of the society. NEP functions as a comprehensive framework that provides guidance for the educational institutions, students, and many stakeholders. They are meant to maintain the quality, relevance, and accessibility of higher education while adopting the changed need of the society and business. Quality education has replaced the 3 R's of new benchmark and emphasizes creativity, critical thinking, logical reasoning, decision making, and innovation rather than requiring students to rely on rote memorization and exam preparation. Objective of the paper is to determine the significant holistic change recommended by the NEP 2020 and to focus on the potential obstacles to achieving their changes. Methodology is secondary sources like policy articles, journal, newspaper article, government policy papers, etc. Sources of data are both primary and secondary. Government and literature of examples of primary sources and secondary sources are research paper and journal articles. Limitations: the paper is limited up to the higher education only. NEP effect on the Indian higher education system are as unders: developing student holistically, adaptable and multidisciplinary educations, emphasis on the problem solving and critical thinking skills, inclusion of vocational education, encouragement of imaginative thinking and creative thinking, educational access and inclusion, encouragement of digital knowledge. Highlights of the NEP 2020 are: implementation of a multidisciplinary approach in syllabi is designed to enhance the academic performance of the student in their chosen area. A student can assess themselves by enrolling in course at their own speed through SWAYAM, MOOCs, and ODLs, because the policy is focused on the need of individual student and uses a competency-based credit system. The inclusion of practical courses in the educational curriculum contributes to the advancement of national cultural heritage. Incorporation of research studies within the curriculum encourages students to develop deeper into their selected area. The approval of foreign universities in the nation increase opportunity to international exposure. Integrated courses provide greater results while reducing the work associated with learning. Enhancement of National Scholarship Portal motivates students to achieve academic excellence, and scholarship also lead to higher educational rates. Advantage of holistic development in college students are: improved ability to thinking critically and solve them, enhanced communication and interpersonal competencies, development of multidisciplinary knowledge, innovative thinking and entrepreneurial mindset, relevance of extracurricular and co-curricular activities, enhancing employability and career readiness, self-awareness and personal development. Obstacles to implement the new NEP in higher education are: reluctance to transform, insufficient resources and infrastructure, training and development for faculty, evaluation and assessment techniques, equality and diversity, monitoring and putting policies into practice, vocational educational integration. Suggestions to implement the new education policy which must be implemented. To promote research, publication and patterning must be required for postgraduate courses. Vocational education and training must include a earn while you learn component. To enhance the procedure for submitting and assessing patent applications, ensure the effectiveness of instruction, it is imperative that teachers undergo regular evaluation to assess their teaching ability. Lobbying and favoritism must be reined in during the appointment and accreditation process, even though they are inescapable. All the students who have enrolled with HIE, higher educational institutions, should have free access to online resources. And if the policy is fully implemented, the new education policy in India has a potential to have far-reaching positive effect on the life and growth of Indian students. The goal of NEP is to foster an environmental where students are actively engaged in learning, growing as individual and as community. The policy gives students in higher education more option for choosing course, personalizing their educational experience, which has a big impact on them. Nevertheless, shift toward a student-centered and interactive learning environment could provide difficulties for students who are accused to conventional instruction approach. If the policy is managed properly, it could be lethal as a states that a mad king misused his power and dragged his country to a severs. In a nation characterized by prevalent challenges such as favoritism, corruption, lobbying, and similar concern, the misapplication of the policy is an inherent phenomenon. The misapplication of the policy is common in a nation beset by problems like lobbying, corruption, and favoritism. Furthermore, there is a lot of optimism that this policy offered to those in need. By adopting a multidisciplinary approach to curriculum, students are afforded to opportunity to engage in studying of subjects that align with their personal preference and interest. The anticipated rise in enrollment can be attributed to a combination of factors, including increasing scholarship opportunity, effective student methodology, a credit-based system, and a well-designed curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any further participants?
This is to inform you that this is seminar session. Many of the participants from technical session 1 are sitting here. Technical session 1 is taking place in T1 building. Ma'am, technical session 1 T1 building में है. यहाँ पे seminar session है. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I will confirm from them also that do they have your name in their list or not. So if they have, so you may go there or you may sit here, we will include you. Okay.
Probably you have uploaded in TS1, technical session 1. No.
This is seminar session.
No, this is seminar session.
It is the continuation of yesterday's session.
No. This is a seminar session on NEP.
Basically, sir, so we have 3 parallel sessions. This is seminar session, then we have technical session, and parallelly we also have panel discussions
After
also.
the seminar session,
Yeah,
we
this
have a
is
panel
seminar
discussion. It is there, but it is there after the lunch. Panel discussion is there. Yes. I'm not sure whether it is relating to NEP or some other topic, but panel discussions are there after the lunch.
Sir, I will let you know about the topics of panel. Don't worry. I will let you know, sir. Ma'am, you may go.
Yeah. Are there any further?
Dr. Alok Kumar.
He's presenting? Yeah. Kindly introduce yourself. Very quickly, I'll read out the names. Let us know if they are there in the hall. Ranjit Kumar, Mallikarjun, Gautam Prasad, Sanjay Kumar, Sunil Shivaji Rao, Sonal Sharma, Mangu Ram, Rajiv Nayan Singh, Burla Naresh. Yesterday he was asking me for presentation. Sunil Kumar, Preeti Sharma. Preeti Sharma, you're there, so you'll be the next you have to give the next presentation. Rahul Singh.
This is Alok Kumar. This is Alok Kumar, Department of Commerce, Binova University, Hazaribagh. My topic name is, my topic name is an analytical study on the challenges in implementing National Education Policy 2020, a special reference to Hazaribagh district. NEP 20, I am presenting my paper on the topic of an analytical study on the challenges in implementing NEP 2020, a special reference to Hazaribagh district. NEP 2020 focus on quality education for all by imparting of skills and values that is required for holistic development of a students at each stage of learning. NEP 2020 objective is to transform education system by keeping the learner at the center. NEP 2020 of India introduced significant reforms and innovation aimed at transforming the country's education system. Some of key findings: number 1, holistic and multidisciplinary education; number 2, early childhood care and education; number 3, reform in curriculum and pedagogy; number 4, multilingualism and language diversity; number 5, emphasis on vocational education; number 6, teaching, training and professional development; number 7, technological integration in education; number 8, higher education reforms; number 9, focus on research and innovation. NEP was approved on July 29, 2020 by the Union Cabinet of India to reform the existing education system from elementary education to higher education by incorporating existing teaching pedagogy with the inclusion of vocational training and training of teaching in India, with a view to provide industry-ready manpower and to develop the students' academic and non-academic spheres through holistic development. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Next presentation is by Preeti Sharma on NEP 2020 Roadmap for Commerce and Management Education. Rahul Singh is there, Krishna Kumar, Manisha Gupta, Brajesh Kumar, Asmita Khanna, Mohammad Alamgir, Arjun Kumar Jaiswal, Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Tulsiram Dada. They are not there, right? Anurag Agarwal, Renu Singh, Rajiv Kumar Agarwal. Acha, done. Yeah. Oh, okay, done. Mukesh Kumar, Sanket Vij, Narendra Pratap Singh, Hetal Jyot Kumar, Jyoti Mahajan, Munna Lal, Santanu, Siddharaj Sin, Gopal Krishna, Srinivas, Deepak Sharma, Pratibha, Arun Kumar. They're all not there. Mahendranath. Mahendranath? Okay, sir, you'll be the next one. Then Suresh Bhai, Chinmoy, Kakasha, Safi, Shruti Kirti, Vikas Kumar, Lal Babu. So we have only 2 more presentations left.
Good morning, everyone. Let me start by saying just a few words about my own. I am Preeti Sharma from Ranchi University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. My paper is combined with Dr. Deepak Sharma Assistant Professor from Gosner College, Ranchi, Jharkhand. So my topic is Roadmap, National Education Policy 2020, Roadmap for Commerce and Management Education. In order to provide inclusive, egalitarian and high quality education, National Education Policy 2020 aims to address the country's growing developmental imperatives. People must not only be knowledgeable, but also have the capacity to learn. It has given the quickly changing nature of the labor market and the increasingly varied educational landscape that exists globally. Commerce and management education ought to be outcome-based offerings, both undergraduate and postgraduate degrees. In outcome-based, student progress is assessed based on their level of success, and each program has clearly defined program educational objectives. It is a foundation in various functional areas of business and focuses on careers in those areas by providing undergraduate programs with opportunities to major in accounting, logistics, marketing, family business, banking, and so on. The National Education Policy 2020 aims to meet by offering an interdisciplinary approach to management and commerce education. It gives the students the chance to learn in a setting where there is diversity in educational background. It can achieve the practical exposure and industry immersion is one of its objectives. It can be achieved through 3 to 4 months of internships. It gives students a first-hand understanding of real-world situation in addition to open up their career with the corporate world. It is a necessary component of national education policy as students have the option to explore learning opportunities with different universities by spending a semester with them. National Education Policy 2020 not only prepares students for the success in the classroom but also enables them to become more effective team members, leaders, by equipping them with the skills required to succeed in the corporate world. National Education Policy effectively carries out the aforementioned points and is a crucial undertaking to support overall growth for our nation and society. Thank you.
That was a good and crisp and clear presentation. Preeti?
Friends, today with us our old friend and personality from Varanasi, Professor H.K. Singh sir. He was a former managing editor in Indian Commerce Journal and former vice chancellor at Lucknow-based university. I would invite him to focus on some our key area in this session. Please, sir. यहाँ बैठ के बोलना है तो वहीं से बोल.
Respected sir, it's a humble request to please take your seats. Please, sir.
Honorable Chairperson Professor Bhatt, Co-Chairperson and respected delegates, I am honored to be here to talk about few points regarding NEP. Although we are students of commerce, management or economics, and I am going to talk in 5-6 minutes about that particular discipline. You see, in our subject, as far economics is concerned, the first turning point came to our country in the year 1951, when Planning Commission was established. In 1947, we got independence. It's a large country. It was very difficult to manage. It took 4 years. The first turning point was in 1951 when the Planning Commission was established. Again 20 years it took. 1971, when Mrs. Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister, we started poverty eradication programs. Next 20 years, 1971, Indira Gandhi thought about poverty eradication programs. Then 1991 LPG, Mr. Manmohan Singh Saab, the champion finance minister, we started LPG. Mr. Indira Gandhi was talking about nationalization of various banks, even sick cotton mills. And Manmohan Singh Saab just thought about privatization of various sectors. From 1991, as young lecturer, I was preaching about, now the turning point will be in the year 2011. It was mine expectation that in 2011, certain paradigm shift will occur. But friends, please permit me, it happens. You are a good teacher, but sometimes you are a poor principal. Please permit me. You are a good teacher, but you are a poor vice chancellor. Now, the same champion finance minister was the prime minister in 2011. But no paradigm shift occurred in the economic policies. Anyhow, something occurred in 2014. Now we were expecting that something serious will occur. And we were expecting that 2020, the vision of Abul Kalam, India will become developed nation from every angle. Whether you are talking about economy, or you are talking about education, infrastructure, all the sectors. 2020 came, but it was the worst. Never we thought COVID will occur, Third World War. It was a serious loss. But friends, please permit me, whenever in the life there is threat, be hopeful. Golden opportunities are knocking the door. 2020 was the real turning point. One point, NEP. It occurred. And second was ANBA, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Both are same. Whether you are talking about NEP or ANBA, Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, Self-Reliant Indian Movement. Why I am saying this? NEP is Self-Reliant India on the educational front. Think about it. A paradigm shift from Lord Macaulay to Gurukula. Otherwise in universities, अभी मैं आपसे कहूँ, मेरी बात समझ में आई, आपको एक ही जवाब आता है, yes sir. ये जी हजूरीवाद नहीं चलेगा. Friends, higher education never thought about always saying yes. Higher education starts with the disagreement. And therefore, the Lord Macaulay philosophy, one-way communication, now I'm coming to commerce discipline. In classroom we are going and we are expecting that everyone will be silent there. You be so attractive so that there must be acceptance. Therefore, not the case study method will be definitely compulsory for commerce education. You are aware, case study method is quite different. Not one-way communication, two-way communication. Teacher is not the teacher, teacher is the coordinator of the class. And the students are the learners. Now there is relationship between learner and the coordinator. Here I am not simply one-way communication, two-way communication. Therefore, in the classroom teaching, you must bother about it. Case study method and thinking about Hindustani cases, Bharatiya cases. Not only talking about American cases, Japanese cases. I agree, the things may be good. But our Indian cases, whether Ramcharitmanas or Gita, are the best cases. The best case is Ramcharitmanas, the best example of MBO, management by objective. Lord Rama was the best manager. In the case of Gita, Lord Krishna was the best manager. Gita is full of management insights. And lastly, only 2 minutes more. If you have to judge the performance of NEP for commerce and discipline, I am giving you word area. If this commerce education is serving for area, A means academic, R is research, E is extension, and lastly A is administration. अगर ये चार काम आपका शिक्षा कर ले गया तो समझ लो कॉमर्स सफल हुआ, नहीं तो किसी काम का नहीं है. नंबर 1 एकेडमिक. फॉर एकेडमिशियंस इट्स माय फैक्ट्री. हमारे पास और कोई कल कारखाना नहीं है. Only production unit. But not only production unit, marketing unit. Club the production with the marketing. Only then you are successful teacher. And my students are successful. Club the production with the marketing. And for marketing, 2 skills, soft skills, written and oral. आता तो बड़ा अच्छा है, और जब बोलने की बारी आती है तो बाथरूम भाग जाते हैं. जब लिखने की बारी आती है तो नंबर नहीं मिलता. Because you have not developed your soft skills. I am requesting my young friends, care about the development of soft skills. Therefore, if commerce education is developing the soft skills of my students, only then NEP will be successful. Number 1 point A, academic. Number 2 point R, research. नाराज ना होना मित्रों, मेरी उम्र के लोगों को मैं कहने आया हूं, मैं दिसंबर में 60 साल का हो रहा हूं. हम लिखते हैं आर्टिकल और बताते हैं रिसर्च पेपर. I am quoting the version of ex-HRD Minister Professor Murli Manohar Joshi, who was my colleague at University of Allahabad. 0.1% researches are acceptable at the global level. ये आपके हालात हैं. 100 में 1 नहीं, 1000 में 1. 0.1% researches of India are acceptable at the global level. थोड़ा आपको एक डेटा और बता दूं ए के बारे में, एरिया एकेडमिक. 1000 विश्वविद्यालय है भारतवर्ष में, नाराज ना होना. सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी, स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी, डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटी, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी, so many universities. But there is a global ranking of best 100 universities in the globe. आपके देश का एक भी यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं आता है. Now friends, I am here to talk about not only educational ranking, value-based educational ranking. NEP will think about value-based educational ranking. You come to my university, Banaras Hindu University. I am inviting you all and see. हम शिक्षा पे तो जाएंगे ही जाएंगे, लेकिन एक ये भी बड़ा भारी आधार होना चाहिए, value-based educational ranking. If your education is not providing the ethics, not the value, your education has no meaning. मैं आपसे विनती करूंगा, कक्षा में हम और आप ध्यान दें, शिक्षा के साथ साथ दीक्षा. केवल शिक्षा के लिए हम नहीं बने हैं. कॉमर्स तो पढ़ाएंगे ही पढ़ाएंगे, लेकिन नैतिकता भी हम ही बताएंगे, मूल्य भी हम ही बताएंगे. केवल लाभ नहीं सिखाएंगे, शुभ लाभ भी सिखाएंगे. नंबर 3 पॉइंट ई, एक्सटेंशन. मुझे सैलरी तो BHU देता है ना. टुडे आई एम फॉर हियर. इन दिस पोस्ट कोविड एरा देयर इज इंटरनेट everywhere. You are a global professor. If you are getting the invitation from US, why not to speak there? And therefore, now our reach should be for every place. And therefore, please focus on E, extension. And lastly, A, administration, good governance. आप पे बहुत से लोग नैक कराते होंगे अपनी संस्थाओं को. जान लेना, अगर बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस पर नहीं जाते हो, गुड गवर्नेंस पर नहीं जाते हो, तो आपकी संस्था आगे नहीं जाएगी. नाराज न होना. गिद्धों की टीम हो, और अगर कप्तान आपका शेर दिल है तो टीम जीत जाएगी. अगर शेरों की टीम हो और कप्तान हमारा गिदड़ दिल है तो टीम हार जाती है. सीखना है तो धोनी से सीखिए. 20 ओवर के मैच में 18 ओवर तक इंडिया हारता रहता था, और 2 ओवर में टर्न अराउंड मैनेजमेंट. कन्वर्टिंग द डिफीट इनटू सक्सेस, it depends upon your captain, and therefore NEP should bother about area. Academic, research, extension, and lastly, administration. I am thankful to Mr. Chairman, my bosom friend, Professor Bhatt. I came just to see, and somehow he gave me chance to interact with you. And I am thankful especially to ICA, which is ours. I do hope ICA will contribute a lot for this commerce and management education. Already we have crossed 75 years. And now the Amrit Kal is going on. ये 25 साल बड़े महत्वपूर्ण हैं. जब 2047 का भारत होगा विकसित भारत, तो विकसित भारत केवल आर्थिक विकास का भारत नहीं होगा. वो शिक्षा के मामले में भी वाकई पूरे दुनिया को हम शिक्षा का सबक सिखाएं. और देखिए उसका अंतिम सूत्र बताता हूं आपको. चलिए फिर से उसी रास्ते पे. गुरुकुल. गु का मतलब होता है अंधेरा, और रू का मतलब होता है रोशनी, और कुल का मतलब होता है परिवार. हमारा अध्यापक ऐसा ही सिस्टम देगा, विद्यार्थी के जीवन के अंधकार के निकाल के रोशनी का संचार कर देगा. नाराज ना होना जब विद्यार्थी से आप ये कहते हो ना, ईमानदारी से नौकरी नहीं मिलती है, उसका मनोबल गिर जाता है. ईमानदारी से आप टॉप नहीं कर सकते हो, उसका मनोबल गिर जाता है. क्या इस तरह के कार्य के लिए टीचर बनना है? टीचर इज ऑलवेज सपोज टू बी परफेक्टली ऑप्टिमिस्टिक. हम निराशा की बात करने के लिए नहीं बने हैं. मैं तो काशी से आया हूं, आपसे कह के जा रहा हूं, मैं तो कबीर की धरती का हूं. कबीर ने कहा था आपका स्वभाव कैसा होगा? सूप जैसा होगा. सार सार को गहिरे थोथा दे बहाय. If education is standing here, if something is good in me, it's yours. लेकिन मेरे में केवल अच्छाई नहीं ना होगी. अगर केवल अच्छाई होती तो मैं देव तत्व में विलीन हो गया होता. मेरे में अगर बुराई है तभी तक मैं मानव बच गया हूं. अगर केवल अच्छाई होती तो मैं ईश्वरी तत्व में विलीन हो गया होता. If there is something good, please take it. And therefore, lastly, I am saying SWOT. SWOT, ये सब पढ़ाते हैं. मैं आपसे कहूंगा TOWS. Converting a threats into opportunities and weakness into strength. You have to convert the threat into opportunity and weakness into strength. यही जिंदगी है. मेरा 60 साल का जीवन का यात्रा यही खत्म करता हूं. From human being to being human. सब पैदा हुए ह्यूमन बीइंग. जब पारी खत्म करके जाइए तो लोग याद करें एक अच्छा बीइंग ह्यूमन है. हम आईसीए में 3 दिन के लिए आए हैं. लगना चाहिए कि आईसीए में हम आए हैं एक अच्छे व्यक्ति के रूप में. एरिया तो आपसे कहा ही था, हमारा कॉमर्स एजुकेशन, मैनेजमेंट एजुकेशन अच्छा मानव भी पैदा करेगा. अगर हम अच्छे मानव पैदा कर ले गए तो हमारी पूरी के पूरे उद्देश्य प्राप्त हो गए. मैं आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ. साहब आदेश कर दिया, मैंने बोल दिया. अरे साहब मैं क्या मेरे बड़े भाई हैं, उन्होंने कहा मैं तो इनसे मिलने आया था. ये हमेशा मीटिंग के साथ रहते हैं. हम कहेंगे मिलने
So please introduce yourself.
Myself is Mahendranath Pandey, Professor Mahendranath Pandey from Bir Kunwar Singh University, Yara. This paper has been is being presented by myself and Professor Dr. Sunil Kumar, my colleague at Bir Kunwar Singh University, Yara. The paper has been designed as in discussion, introduction में, we can say that the basic purpose of education is to develop a disciplined mind. Every country has its own education system. Like ours in India, every country has its own education system.
So come to the objectives, no?
Oh, rightly. The objective of this study has been to study the National Education Policy 2020, and second, to study the likely impact of NEP 2020 on commerce and management studies. And third, to study the previous education policies of India. And fourth, the And fourth, the role of commerce education in providing employment. Methodology. This study is purely empirical in nature, and second, the study has been conducted during August-September 2020 in various colleges of Birkworth University, Yara. The hypothesis has been, only one hypothesis has been tested in this study, and that is the NEP will boost the commerce and management education in India. Limitations of the study. The present study has been conducted in the geographical boundary of Bhojpur, Buxar, Rohtas and Kaimur districts of Bihar state. The second limitations has been the colleges in imparting degree level education only has been studied. And third, the students of degree semester 1, 2020-2027, and teachers and students working in the college, in the various colleges and departments of Birkworth University, Chara, has been studied. And this makes the additional limitation. This shows the profile of respondents. The breakup of the persons who have been studied in this paper. The second, this shows the awareness of respondents about NEP 2020. And third, this slide shows the view of respondents working with the NEP 20 will be easier. How the perceptions of the persons, how can we work with this NEP 2020. Table number 4 represents respondents' view on NEP that leads to skill development or overall of development or not. Table number 5 shows the response of students regarding how they think about the commerce and management studies. Critical study. Table number 2, it can be inferred from the analysis of the data collecting during research. Majority of students have no awareness about 2020. The second, we have found that female students have reported more awareness about NEP 2020. Yes, madam?
What could be the reason that female have less awareness as compared to male?
Well, they are more concerned about their future, or they are more concerned. This has come out from our studies, that they have responded more, they are more conscious. And why it is so, it is a matter of thing. Table number 3 represents as above, shows that the working with NEP 2020 will be easier, as majority of persons reported their opinion in favor of the statement, while the majority of students are not decided in this matter. The students are not decided this will be easy or not, but the teachers are optimistic that it will be easier to work with the NEP 2020. Table number 4 relates to skill development and overall development of the students in 2020. Here also, majority of students are indecisive, but the teachers are. Table number 5 relates to the core thing of the study, whether the commerce and management study will develop under the NEP or not.
And we have found that the NEP, it will develop the commerce and management studies because this is multidisciplinary in nature, and the students of other faculties are also thinking to take the one subject of commerce in their studies. Last. The students have reported that the commerce and management education will get boost in NEP, and it will grow with the industrial and business development in the country. And lastly, for the commerce and management education to become more popular among the students, it has been suggested that the course content should be revised thoroughly. And this is a thank you.
Next presentation is by Jyoti Mahajan. Is she there? Yeah. Jyoti Mahajan on the topic of navigating higher education reform and better implementation of converged IFRS, the 2020 education policy effect. The next presentation will be by Subhadeep Mukherjee.
Good morning, everyone, on the dais and off the dais. Myself, Jyoti Mahajan, research scholar of Chaudhry Ranbir Singh University, Jind, Haryana. Today, I am presenting my paper on navigating higher education reform and better implementation of converged IFRS, the 2020 education policy effect. My paper is, NEP is newly introduced in 2020, and in past it was introduced in 1986. The biggest reform came after long, and it is based on 5 pillars, that is access, equity, affordability, accountability, and quality. Though it has been introduced in India, but India has to invest a lot in infrastructure in order to gain the benefits of NEP. My paper emphasize on how the NEP helps to better implementation of IFRS and financial reporting standards in our country. Indian government has made it mandatorily to implement IFRS from 1st April 2016 for every company. As per few literature reviews by Muniraju Ganesh, Bhargava and Shikha Mulkar, they mention that the role of institutions and government is important in order to overcome the challenges which are faced during the implementation of IFRS, and they suggested that it should be form part of the curriculum in order to overcome all the challenges from the initial stages and meet the financial reporting standards better. The main objectives of the paper is briefly to summarize what are the highlights of new education policy, how it is different from past 1986 policy, what are the new aspects involved in this policy, how it is impacting India's higher education, what all recommendations I have to make in order to get new education policy more effective, and how it is going to enhance the IFRS implementation. My methodology is mixed methodology. Basically, it is totally based on secondary literature review, secondary data, and all the journals and websites and articles mentioned and published. This is the basic few highlights I have mentioned in my study. That is how 1986 is different from 2020.
The 1986 NEP was more rigid.
I think you can focus on the last objective, that is IFRS part.
IFRS. Actually, there are other objectives too. So, and these are the basic comparisons. Then these are the main highlights which NEP has in its new structure, that is multidisciplinarily approach, student-centered, encouragement towards research and innovation, innovative curriculum. NEP and IFRS is basically the financial reporting standards which are internationally introduced in order to make the financial reporting more transparent. India has adopted a partial convergent mode that is known as IND-AS, Indian Accounting Standard. After thorough literature review, I came to know through various literature reviews like Bhargava and Shikha in 2013 and Marulkar in 2013, what they have mentioned is India needs to invest more on quality and training of academicians in order to make implementation of IFRS successful. One of the main pillar of NEP 2020 is quality of education. So in order to have better implementation of IFRS, there is a need to incorporate the IFRS in the curriculum of MBA students, BCom students from the initial stages and made academicians more trained so that the objective of the IFRS can be achieved. They can be taught in a right manner since beginning in the curriculum, as well as on the later stages, they can be implemented in a better manner when the students work as a professionals in corporates. So for successful implementation of IFRS, there is a need to train the academicians in a better manner. So here I conclude that NEP addresses the major problems, that is Startup India, Make in India, to make India more better, as well as NEP gives more freedom to choose what students have to choose from in order to study in their curriculum, and more choices should be given so that financial reporting standards can be implemented in a better manner. Thank you so much.
That was a good attempt. Congratulations. Now the next presentation is by Subhadeep Mukherjee on assessing the level of well-being among employees and its impact on organizational sustainable performance. Next presentation will be by Gautam Prasad and Garima. Are you there? Gautam Prasad and Garima. You will be given 6 minutes time. After Gautam Prasad, SL Samrat, you'll be the next one.
Good morning all. I'm Dr. Subhadeep from MS Ramaiah University, Bangalore, with my co-author Dr. Somendra Bhattacharya and Deepak. We have developed this paper, and this is one of my ICSSR sponsored project paper which I am presenting today. Here mainly we have focused because in our university we have from last year we have already contributed about the NEP framework in our syllabus, and we are running the programs in UG, PG as well as in many MDPs and LDP programs. So currently with the new structure in our university, we have already trained around 300 IT professionals in Bangalore, and mainly their threats, what Singh sir already cited, that their threats are talking about the well-being of post-COVID, because so on that basis, how actually the NEP structure, what we have curriculumed and how it is impacting to the organization, because we have to bridge the academia versus industry that we have thought of. So it is a survey we have done with our own participant respondents, which we have trained in our university through LDP and MDP. We have taken the understanding the post-training feedback, means how it has impacted their well-being as well as the performance within the organization. So I'm directly going to my objectives. Due to the shortage of time, these are the three objectives: to assess the level of well-being among the employees. Then we have understood the impact and how it is currently well going on within the organization. So near the companies which we have targeted, out of that, our sample size was around 300, which we have selected sample size. And these are the various Bangalore IT companies we have taken for. We have a structured questionnaires we have implemented for with certain variables we had set for our project. And these are the scales which we have adopted from the various aspects. And these are the factors which employee well-being, work environment, employee engagement, overall organizational performance, and we have taken off. So these are the 4 hypotheses from the framework which we have set it. This is the framework we have taken off for the testing the hypothesis. This is the demographic representation, which consists of like all mid-level and the senior level executives of the IT companies. And the IT companies are also classified into private plus public, because it is not only the public sector IT companies, there are many government funded, which is like PPP mode they are running. So those IT companies has been considered. So you can see the Codback Alpha reliability testing. So more or less it is acceptable range, and near about 8.8 you can see. And these are the number of items to measure the factors we have mentioned. So these are the through mean we have understood that how the level of perception to assess the employee satisfactions are there. So with this, you can see the scale which has been, operational scale which has been adopted in the left-hand side, which has been given by the ARTS 2019. On the basis of that scale, we have adopted to check the assessing level. So this is my CFA to understand the construct, and the model fit is perfectly fine before doing the structure equation modeling. And this is the model we have also again tested, and the model fit is coming well. And with that, we have understood that EG, means the employee group engagement, is less impacting even after that also, because the expected mark, what we have set it for, that is not, still now we have to work on, because as we have the curriculum design, but still more innovations has to be developed. What is the, between the expectation of the academia versus the industry. So we as a Ramaiah fraternity, we are working on that. We are doing a lot of consultancy projects. We are continuously doing like we have Asia's largest MSME belt, which is known as PINIA in Bangalore. And we are working on that continuously to train. We are sitting with, every week we sit with a lot of corporate CEOs to understand what actually they want from our students, what they actually want to develop for their team building policy framework. We are working on that. So in this analysis, we have rejected one and we have accepted other 3 hypotheses in that. And with the conclusion that I'll say, because before the training, when we are talking to our executives, they were feeling that post-COVID, they are mentally not well, because they are out of the office, they are working within their home, family problem versus office problem, and at the same point, they are actually, we feel the work from home looks like very lucrative time, but it's really tough time. So, and even how to manage the thing, we are also have a lot of threads between that. So after post-training, they have given us the feedback that now at least we can manage our thing in a proper schedule, and that is directly impacting their self-performance as well as the organizational performance. So this is how it's a micro workout. As the paucity of time, thank you so much, Madam.
It was a very good presentation, and I could see very sophisticated statistical tools also you have used.
Yeah, thank you.
But my question is, where is like NEP aspects?
No, I'm talking about because everybody is talking about the aspects is there. Because we have already designed the curriculum. So because now we are checking that curriculum, what we are implementing in terms of training. Okay, so how it is outcome is that we are practicing actually, means trying to
well-being among employees and organizational sustainable performance.
Yeah. Because I'm talking about in terms of the training part, madam. Because executive trainings, because
after they are being employed.
Yes, employed, yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah, thank you.
Good presentation.
Thank you, madam.
Now the next presentation is by. You're there? Right. Kindly introduce yourself.
Very good morning to all of you. The respected chairperson, Professor Sandeep K. Bhatt, and Professor Co-chairperson, Professor B. Sandhya Rani, ma'am, and my dear colleague and friends. Today, we are going to present a paper on the topic, Study of New Education Policy in 2020 in Higher Education, with a special reference to Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. This paper is co-authored by Ms. Garima Dohar and Ankita Rajput, and myself, Dr. Gautam Prasad. I am Assistant Professor, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar MP. Now I am handing over the mic to my research scholar. He will.
Now I will start with the introduction. Indian government developed the national policy on education with the goal of encouraging education among Indian citizens. The strategy provided through framework for vocational training and education for elementary school to higher education in both urban and rural areas in India. By 2021, the initiative hopes to change India's educational system. This study is focused on New Education Policy 2020 in higher education. The purpose of this research is to analyze the satisfaction with skill enhancement courses and course structure of New Education Policy 2020. This study is based on primary data and which is collected through questionnaire on 5 record scale from the graduate and postgraduate student of various colleges in Sagar city. Data analysis and precision. For the analysis of undergraduation and post-graduation students' satisfaction with skill enhancement courses of New Education Policy 2020, we used the chi-square test, which is distribution free test. Table 1 demonstrates that p-value associated with chi-square is 0.166 and the likelihood ratio is 0.164 are both greater than the commonly used significance level 0.05. Suggesting that there is no enough evidence to reject the null hypothesis of independence between the categorical variable being tested. The linear bilinear association test also has a p-value 0.514, further supporting the lack of evidence against the null hypothesis. This means there is no significant difference between undergraduate and postgraduate students' satisfaction level towards skill enhancement courses. For the analysis of undergraduate and postgraduate satisfaction with the course structure of the New Education Policy 2020, the p-value association with the Pearson chi-square statistics is 0.250, indicating that under the null hypothesis, no association between variables. The p-value associated with the likelihood ratio test is 0.245, suggesting a 24.5% probability of obtaining such a test statistic under the null hypothesis. The linear by linear association test suggests a statistically significant linear trend as the p-value is less than 0.05. However, the Pearson chi-square and likelihood test do not provide enough evidence to reject the null hypothesis as 0.05 significance level. It is concluded that there is no significant difference between undergraduate and postgraduate student regarding satisfaction level regarding the course structure of the New Education Policy. Since we failed to reject the null hypothesis in both cases, there are significant difference between undergraduate and postgraduate student satisfaction level towards skill enhancement and course structures. Thank you.
Now the conclusion is part. Now the India is moving towards a higher education new era. So skill-based education is a need of ours. So our course structure should be skill-based and not only skill-based. It is based on employability-based also. Thank you very much.
That was a good presentation, but one small observation. Please kindly check. Chi-square test is usually used to find out the association between the variables, not for the differences. So kindly check that particular test. Now we will move on to the next presentation by Arjun Kumar Jaiswal, a study on execution of NEP 2020 in commerce and management discipline. Okay, I think this presentation we will have a little while later. And before that, we will have a presentation by Rishikant Mittal on an experiential approach to assess the impact of NEP 2020. Rishikant is there? Rishikant, yeah. Do we have Krishna Malhar? Krishna Malhar is there? Now the next presentation after Rishikant would be Neera Pal. You're there? Right. Yeah. Okay, so we'll have Rishikant's presentation a little later. May I invite Neera Pal to give her presentation on impact of NEP 2020 on commerce and management education, creativity, innovation and entrepreneurship, prime focus for holistic education. Kindly introduce yourself and go to the objectives.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me opportunity to stand here and present my paper. Myself, Dr. Neera Pal, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Lucknow University. I am here for presenting my paper on impact of NEP 2020 on commerce and management education. So, it has been 34 years since India made any significant changes to its education system. However, finally, the National Education Policy was unveiled on 31st July 2020. Basically, government aims to increase public investment in education from 4.4% of India's GDP to 6%. And improve education for nearly 300 million students in the country through a host of reforms. So, NEP 2020 aims to develop individuals who are excellent, thoughtful, well-rounded, and creative. It must enable a person to study one or more specialized areas of interest at an in-depth level and develop character, ethical and constitutional values, intellectual curiosity, scientific temper, creativity, service spirit, and the skills of the 21st century across a range of fields, including sciences, social sciences, the arts, humanities, language, personal, technological, the vocational subjects. So, the main problem faced by the Indian higher education system includes enforced separation of qualifications, early specializations, and student streaming into restricted research areas, less focus on research and most universities and schools, and lack of competitive peer-reviewed academic research funding, and large affiliated university leading to low level of undergraduate education. So, objective of my study are to know about the impact of NEP 2020 on commerce and management students, and second one is to study the impact of 2020 as creativity, innovation and entrepreneurship prime focus. So, for achieving my objectives, we gathered secondary data from number of websites, government sites, NEP policies, publications, journals, articles, or after lots of review literature, NEP 2020 has following impact on commerce and management education. First one is emphasis on skill development. It creates interdisciplinary approach. It promotes entrepreneurship, focus on research and innovation. It promotes quality enhancement, flexibility, choice for students. So at the end of the paper, we can conclude that overall the NEP 2020 addresses the need to develop professionals in a variety of fields ranging from agriculture to artificial intelligence. India needs to be ready for the future, and the NEP 2020 provides the way ahead for many young aspiring students to be equipped with the right skill set. At the end, we can say that NEP 2020 is a defining moment for higher education. Effective and time-bound implementation is what will make it truly path-breaking. Thank you.
Sonal Sharma is there? Sonal Sharma? she's not there. So we'll move on to the next presentation. That is SL Samrat on NEP 2020 Roadmap for Interdisciplinary Approaches to Management, Education and Research. Kindly introduce yourself. Iske baad? The next, Venkatesh Madani. Are you there? Yeah, you'll be the next.
Respected chairperson, co-chairperson, presenter and audience across from all India. Myself, Dr. S.L. Samrat. I am presently with Bhagalpur College of Engineering, Bhagalpur, as a guest assistant professor in Department of Management. Actually, a department is humanities, but I am serving management paper. My topic for today's seminar session is NEP 2020 Roadmap for Interdisciplinary Approach to Management, Education and Research. This is actually article from my side, and I am trying to know the importance of interdisciplinary subject, focusing on some IT and computer science applications on management education. In part of introduction, as in terms of NEP 2020 announcement, it has been mentioned that preparation for professionals must involve an education in ethic and importance of public purpose, an education in discipline, and an education for practice. And here management education is interdisciplinary in management, and generally the knowledge of other discipline help in developing new methods in management discipline. And this approach is actually giving more important dimension in the field of management education and research. Actually, in past, the pure and applied disciplines, the researcher in an applied discipline such as management must be clear about the difference in the objectives from the pure scientist. Thus, while a psychologist may aim only at studying the relationship between job satisfaction and productivity, here a student of management goes further and tries to discover factors which interference with the positive relationship between these variables, means in terms of applied form. Here, interdisciplinary approach in terms of computer science and IT applications in management education is influencing right now, and India must take the lead in preparing management professionals in cutting-edge area, and such as big data analytics, AI, machine learning, that will be woven into management degree and diploma programs for enhancing the employability of the youth as per the industry demand. So that in present education system, in terms of introducing different type of programs for management education, it is important to include some important disciplines in terms of tools and applications of IT, like digital marketing, e-commerce, financial, market analytics, customer relationship management, AI-enabled operations, etc. And in terms of identifying the roadmap for interdisciplinary approach to management education, here one of the obstacles in the way of self-knowledge and desired change in separation between knowing and doing. Actually, what was the situation in the past when we can say that management education was not involved in such the form of practical based education, when we take example of medicine education, where competent physician emerge only after hospitals were attached to medical colleges. As per that education management, like medicine, we have to treat the same education, just like the education based on USA and other Western countries, where the study of management is more advances, where actually corporates and universities are going to tie up in terms of educating student the management education. What is the even more common, university teachers often teach one semester and do consultancy in the next. Their publication based on knowledge derived from interplay between theory and practice, then deal with current problems. In terms of cutting edge era, practice in all fields, agriculture, engineering, architecture, management, the need for greater interaction between industry and university has been felt for quite some time. In field of management research, here we need not, however, for change at the institution level, action at the individual level, but teachers and practitioners can begin to give result and pave the way for changes of the institutional level if we do pieces of research which are found to be useful by industry and business. Request for consultancy should soon begin in pouring in the age of liberalization and highlighting the competition. Also, qualitative research approach methods are also very common in anthropology and sociology. However, there has been limited application in this research method. It is important to include such qualitative research methods in management and entrepreneurial disciplinary. Qualitative research are more inclined on the small group and focused in depth study. Management researcher tries to experience the worldview of the respondent in qualitative research method. In terms of concluding my article, actually interdisciplinary approach to management education and research has several advantages. Therefore, in an advantage towards interdisciplinary approach, which can often serve a jumping board, jumping into a pool from a higher board can take one to great depth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, the next presentation is by Venkatesh Madani, an assistant professor from the Palamur University, Telangana, on impact of NEP 2020 in higher education institutions in Telangana state, a study with reference to stakeholders' perspective.
Forward. Yeah. Venkatesh. हाँ एक मिनट. Yeah.
The next, Dr. Chandrasekhar Ravi and Madhulika Kumari are there? Are they there in this hall?
Skip this slide. Okay.
That's 68. Then Mukesh Kumar.
Good morning, Manandal. Myself,
Okay,
Venkatesh
the next
Madani,
one.
Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Palamur University, Telangana State. Education plays a powerful role in building the nation. Education decides the future of the nation, the density of its people. The impact will be a long listening on the one in terms of growth and development of the nation. Due to the time, I am skipping some slides. The NEP 2020, which was approved by the Union Government, already you know about in the 29th July 2020. Some highlights of the NEP 2020 and the objective of the study to study the impact of NEP 2020 in higher education system in Telangana state, to study the issues and challenges related to higher education and role of government and professional bodies in higher education in Telangana state. The methodology for this study is based on empirical and descriptive in nature. The present study is based on primary data and secondary data. The primary data is collected with the help of questionnaire through the Google form. We shared with the help of Google form. The second data will be used articles, periodicals, and the primary data is collected to faculty, students in the Telangana state. The student respondents are 122 and teachers. And the scope of the study, the present study covers the students, those who are studying PG, UG, MPhil and PhD in technical education and in the Telangana state. The teachers who are teaching different colleges and universities in the Telangana state to know their viewpoints towards the effect of NEP 2020 in higher education system in Telangana state. This is the demographic presentation. Among 122 persons, 24 are male, 98 are female, and these are their education background and also their occupations. The second slide shows that the awareness about the respondents on NEP 2020. Many 91% of the 91 respondents are said they are aware about the NEP 2020. The opinion of the respondents in the NEP 2020 is modern education system. They said the NEP 2020 is changing the modern education system. Is that 133 respondents are agreed that NEP 2020 will change the education system. The opinion of the academic background of the academic bank of the credits about the awareness. 98% of the 98 respondents are said they are aware about the academic bank credits. The opinion of the respondents, role of government in higher education. They said they given first rank, that is UGC has notified regulation and practicing to the recognition and accreditation of the higher education system and education institutions. They are given first rank. Next, the schemes related to the scholarship and fellowship regarding PG and UG students regarding and SC/ST schemes. Okay, they given least priority. The opinion of the respondents given on backdrop of the NEP. Some backdrops we've listed. Okay, these are the backdrops we find. Okay, the curriculum is based on the choice-based credit system. This is one of the backdrop they said about NEP 2020. This is we conducted data reliability test, homogeneity test, and normality test for data analysis, and also formulated hypothesis. The hypotheses are there is no association between the education level of the respondents and their promotional schemes offered by the central government. We run chi-square test, and to know their opinion, we use 5-point Likert scale. The most of the hypotheses are rejected. It means that the general central government schemes of promoting the higher education and the respondents' education levels are independent. These are some challenges are faced by the NEP in implementing NEP 2020, and the conclusion is education is changing day by day and should be adapted the situation. NEP 2020 is the education system designed to keep in view the current global needs and keeping up the current market competitions. In every system, the beginning is bit difficult. Only if they face the challenges and move forward, we can achieve the desired goals. Through NEP 2020, the government wants to position in India as Vishwaguru. For the NEP 2020, it is a way, but not the obelisk. But there is still need to increase the awareness among the students and teachers about the NEP 2020. through the seminars and workshops. The study reveals that the students study not because of their interest, not for the government providing schemes. It is the real education. It leads to the growth of the country and keep India as a Vishwaguru in the world platform. Thank you.
So that was a wonderful presentation and good observation.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. Now the next presentation is by Arjun Kumar Jaiswal. Is there? Yeah. So Arjun Kumar Jaiswal on a study on execution of NEP 2020 in commerce and management. We have only 2 presentations. So we will take the next presentation first, after then later yours. By then if it comes, then fine. Otherwise,
16, we can call 16.
yeah. So the next presentation is by Mukesh Kumar on NEP 2020 Roadmap for Commerce and Management Education in Chhattisgarh. Yeah. Kindly introduce yourself.
Thank you.
By the time
Good morning to all.
If all are done, then we cannot.
I am Dr.
You give
Mukesh
an
Kumar,
extemporal presentation.
Assistant Professor, Government Naveen College, Birra, Chhattisgarh. This is my 3rd participation of ICA conference, and I have learned a lot of more from this conference. But I am comfort in my own language, Chhattisgarh, in Hindi. I have no any PPT, but what is my research paper? Not only research paper, but it is only articles according to higher education, especially on commerce and management in Chhattisgarh. So I present my articles in my own language in Hindi. हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में कॉमर्स और मैनेजमेंट का एजुकेशन की स्थिति बहुत ही दयनीय और चिंतनीय है। हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ का सबसे पुराना विश्वविद्यालय है पंडित रविशंकर शुक्ल विश्वविद्यालय, 1964 का विश्वविद्यालय है, लेकिन आज तक वहाँ कॉमर्स का कोई यूटीडी सेक्शन नहीं हुआ है। हालांकि वहाँ मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम चलता है मैनेजमेंट, लेकिन वहाँ कॉमर्स का कुछ फैकल्टी नहीं होने की वजह से कॉमर्स का एजुकेशन का जो शिक्षा जिस रेशियो में दूसरे स्टेट में बढ़ता है उस रेशियो में छत्तीसगढ़ में देखने को नहीं मिलती। छत्तीसगढ़ में 6 स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी है, उसमें से केवल रविशंकर विश्वविद्यालय रायपुर में मैनेजमेंट MBA का कोर्स संचालित है, और न्यूली खुला हुआ है 2006 में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी यूनिवर्सिटी बिलासपुर, उसमें अभी 2-3 साल से कॉमर्स का कोर्स खुला हुआ है। उसके बाद छत्तीसगढ़ के किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी में कॉमर्स और मैनेजमेंट का कोई कोर्स संचालित नहीं है। इसी तरीके से अगर कॉलेज स्तर की बात किया जाए, कॉलेज में भी जनरली जो है कॉमर्स की फैकल्टी संचालित है, लेकिन कॉमर्स की फैकल्टी में नंबर ऑफ पोस्टेज फैकल्टी का 1 या 2 पोस्ट दिया जाता है कॉलेज में। जनरली मैक्सिमम कॉलेज में 1 पोस्ट है, जहां पूरे हमको अगर ग्रेजुएशन स्तर की बात किया जाए तो एक फैकल्टी को पूरे 18 सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाने होते हैं। और हमारे स्टेट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी किसी भी प्रकार का रिसर्च के पर्पज से कोई मोटिवेशन या ऐसा कोई कोर्सेज संचालित नहीं किया जाता जिससे कि वहाँ की फैकल्टी जो है रिसर्च के एरिया में कुछ करे। मैं जब रेगुलर प्रोफेसर के रूप में जब ज्वाइन किया और जब पहली बार रिफ्रेशर कोर्स किया 2014 में, वहाँ के प्रोफेसर ने मुझे बताया कि ICA आप ज्वाइन कियो, ICA ज्वाइन करने के बाद आपको जो है कॉमर्स की स्कोप क्या है और कॉमर्स की पोजीशन क्या है अपने इंडिया लेवल पर, आपको सारी चीज़ पता चलेगी। तो मैं पहली बार जो है ICA के कॉन्फ्रेंस में भुवनेश्वर गया, तब वहाँ से देखा। उसके बाद आके मैं देखा उसी रेशियो में हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में नथिंग है, कुछ नहीं है। उसके बावजूद भी अपने सीनियर प्रोफेसरों से, यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टाफ से भी चर्चा करने की कोशिश की, उसके बावजूद भी अभी तक कोई प्रकार का कोई जो है प्रोग्रेस नज़र नहीं आया। तो सहयोग से हमारे गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा NEP 20 लाया है, और इस बार का जो हमारा जो इसमें NEP 20 ने है रोड मैप मांगा है कॉमर्स एंड मैनेजमेंट में। मैंने छत्तीसगढ़ की स्पेशली हायर एजुकेशन में और कॉमर्स एंड मैनेजमेंट एजुकेशन को फोकस किया है, तो और मैंने उसमें सुझाव दिया है कि एज पर NEP को ध्यान में रखते हुए उस हिसाब से उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट किया जाए, फैकल्टी का रिक्रूटमेंट किया जाए, और ICT बेस्ड उसका ट्रेनिंग एंड कोर्सेज किया जाए, ताकि हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में भी कॉमर्स एंड मैनेजमेंट का एक अच्छा पोजीशन बने, और हमारे देश और विदेश में भी कॉमर्स मैनेजमेंट का स्कोप बढ़े, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उसका लोग प्रचार प्रसार हो और लोग उसके प्रति आकर्षित हो पढ़ाई लिखाई के रूप में, ताकि उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट हो। थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Even NEP 2020 is, actually at the primary level education, it is promoting that, the student should be taught in mother language, mother tongue, for the better understanding. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I think the last presentation by Arjun Kumar Jaiswal. I think he is not ready. Any others left? Any other present? Yeah, please. Introduce yourself. Are there any others apart from, yeah? Achha, 2 more presentations. So we'll wind up the session in another 5 to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Dr. Rishikant Mittal, and my topic is an experimental approach to assess the impact of New Education Policy 2020. New Education Policy 2020 visualized to provide a quality education which is beneficial to meet the growing economy in India. The new policy is aiming to achieve majority 3 aspects, such as highest quality, equity, and integrity in the education system from schooling to higher education. Objective of the study: to understand the National Education Policy 2020, to analyze the effect of NEP 2020 on commerce and management discipline, to compare the outcome of the existing NEP and NEP 2020, to suggest the institution based on research design. Hypothesis of the study: there is no significant impact of NEP 2020 on stakeholders of commerce and management discipline. My finding is the chi-square analysis proved that NEP 2020 is going to impact the stakeholders of the commerce and management discipline majorly. Hence, all the stakeholders must undergo study to enhance the knowledge of NEP 2020 working, so that they can adopt the NEP 2020 easily without much error and work effectively for the growth of Indian economy. Conclusion: the study has enhanced the knowledge on NEP 2020 impact on the stakeholders of commerce and management discipline in the broader sense. The comparative study on the current NEP and new NEP 2020 has pointed out the drawbacks of the current NEP, which was affecting the growth on Indian economy and affecting the youths in achieving their goals. The NEP 2020 leads all the stakeholders to meet the industrial demands at national and global level, so that the standard of living and the overall economic growth will be achieved significantly. Any changes in the present scenario will have both positive and negative impacts. Hence, we must contract more on the positive impact and adopt it effectively and work efficiently for the welfare on the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any further presentations? Are there any participants? Do you want to share your views? Yeah, sure. 50?
58.
ठीक कर लिया ना मैंने 58 कर लिया ऋषिकांत राइट अच्छा, you want him to give the present? No, that is okay, fine. अभी बस बेस्ट टू निकालना है ना, तो उसको हम फिल करके साइन करके सील करना रहता है. तो आपका कुछ है ऐसा?
मैम हमारे पास तो ऐसा नहीं है, नॉर्मल A4 साइज शीट पे हम कर सकते हैं. कवर लाओ बस. कवर लेकर
आ जाइए, उस पर लिख के साइन.
में ही रखते हैं.
Kindly introduce and then please take 3 minutes time.
10 minutes.
3 minutes time.
3 minutes, okay.
Your number? Ma'am, your number, name? What is your name? Ask him to write down at the back, no? This is the final list, no? Thank you, ma'am. Next presentation will be by Piyush. Are there any other participants? Any further participants who are left to give their presentation? Okay. Number?
Ma'am, I was having one more presentation, so I was.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Your number, name or number?
Asmita Khanna. I don't know my serial number.
Asmita Khanna, 21. Yeah, after 2 presentations. Please be seated.
So we have tea, तो हम यहाँ ला दे और आप
यहाँ हो जाएगा. After Piyush, Asmita. Any others? So that we can, manage the time. Because we have the instructions to wind up the session in another 10 to 15 minutes.
If anyone wants to have tea, so you can just go outside and it's been available outside. No, it's just available just outside.
So whomsoever have completed the presentation can take a break for a while, have tea and then come back.
Snacks are also
But
available.
anyway, it will take only 10 minutes more. Yes, you can. Definitely, but sure. I think it will take 5 to 10 minutes more. Ji.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Manisha Gupta from Jagran College of Arts, Science and Commerce. I would like to present my research paper on NEP roadmap. That means whether the NEP is fully applicable in our economy or not. What is the holistic development in our economy from implementing NEP? In my summary, I have taken the challenges. In my research paper, I have taken the challenges and opportunities and what is the impact of NEP in our education system. An holistic change has occurred in Indian education as a result of the NEP 2020, with its focus on reforming education as a whole. It has reaching implications for business and other fields also in the management program also. Examining the major trends of NEP and their effect and their opportunities, it is today in the era, it is not fully applicable in all over the education system in our country, right? In NEP 2020 brought India's schooling into the modern era. It had been 34 years since the previous major change in the educational system which occurred in 1986. As a result, NEP 2020 is being celebrated as India's long overdue educational reform. However, the policy cannot be put into action, but without the help of all relevant parties, without a detailed plan, NEP was not implemented in the current scenario. There are some challenges and opportunities in the, there are some key provisions of NEP 2020. First is holistic multidisciplinary approach. The NEP 2020 advocates for a comprehensive and interdisciplinary curriculum which represents a break from the computerized teaching methods often used in business and management programs. Students are asked to broaden their academic horizons before setting on a single concentration. Single concentration, that is the old method of teaching and learning. Impact on commerce and management education of NEP. Students in the business and management fields might benefit from a more well-rounded education by taking a generalist course of study before deciding on a concentration. Graduates will have a deeper comprehension of the corporate world as a result of this. Skills in critical thinking and problem solving. There are in great demand in business and management careers, and the multidisciplinary education that prepares students for them is invaluable. Possessing a wide range of abilities, graduates will be better able to adjust to the shifting demands of the corporate world and the global economy. There is a flexibility in the curriculum also. NEP 2020 curriculum has an emphasis on individualization, encouraging students to choose courses that would help them reach their professional and personal objectives. By taking this route...
Conclude.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Next by Piyush. Kindly introduce yourself. Next, Ashmita Khanna, and that will be the last presentation of the day. You'll be given 3 minutes time.
Sure. Good afternoon, panelists. Good afternoon, teacher participants and volunteers. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present this paper, Digital Economy, A Way Through Digital India. So Digital Flagship India Scheme was started, and many social security measures were taken up. I will just go directly to the my analysis part, as time is less. My findings, I have taken into consideration digital identity Aadhaar. We know Jan Dhan Aadhaar mobile scheme, and then digital payments through UPI and all those. Then Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, wherein bank accounts were opened. Then Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, a scheme of 12 rupees Atal Pension Yojana, direct benefit transfer. And conclusions are a significant relationship between digital India and digital economy, and related conclusions are mentioned. Suggestions are there, how the digital economy will be boosted through digital India. As this seminar is related to this national education policy, I wanted to say that I am from Hinduja College, Mumbai, autonomous. We have just received last year, and we have started many courses like first year BBA Digital Business, and through this credit scheme, many subjects are there, where skill enhancement courses, OEC courses, wherein students are opting different courses, and we have if you have implemented, we are also very much, you can say, overburdened if a student is taking credits from different areas. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me an opportunity.
That's wonderful to know, and that is the need of the hour. Thank you so much. Now, the next presentation is by Asmita Khanna on an in-depth evaluation of the implementation of impact of outcome-based education in commerce and management programs in compliance with the National Education Policy 2020. So kindly introduce yourself, Ashmita, and 3 to 5 minutes time.
PPT. NEP.
This is the last presentation of the day.
Make it full screen, make it full screen. You close it and play it again. It's done. It's here. It's on. Hello. Esteemed chairperson, respected co-chairperson, faculty members, and my dear friends. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Asmita Khanna from Faculty of Commerce, Banaras Hindu University, and I am going to present my paper entitled An In-Depth Evaluation of the Implementation and Impact of Outcome-Based Education, that is OBE, in Commerce and Management Programs in compliance with NEP 2020. Talking about the introduction, since we are having very less of time and you all had so much of introduction, so these are some of the literatures that have been reviewed. Coming directly to the research methodology, a questionnaire was framed using Google Forms and was distributed to the teachers of different higher educational institutions involving public and involving both government and private universities as well as colleges using stratified sampling method, and the data was analyzed using ANOVA and descriptive statistics in SPSS. These are the key points which were included in NEP. I think that you all might be knowing. These are the hypotheses. Now coming to the result and analysis part directly. As per the objective 1, that is to assess the level of awareness and familiarity among commerce and management teachers with OBE principle and its alignment with NEP 2020. Here we can see that out of 158 teachers, moderately or an average, teachers shows a moderate level of familiarity with OBE, which can be seen from a mean of 1.32. But they're having diverse range of opinions, since the minimum is 0 and maximum is 2, which is again which can be again evident from standard deviation of 0.734. Coming to the second objective, that is to examine the extent to which OBE has been formally implemented in commerce and management programs in accordance with NEP 2020 guidelines in various educational institutions. Again, when 158 teachers were asked, the result indicated an average extent of formal OBE implementation with NEP 2020 guidelines. This can be seen from a mean score of 0.53 and the standard deviation of 0.763. Again, it means that there are some formal implementation in few institutions and some less formal implementation in other institutions. The third objective, that is to evaluate the impact of OBE on curriculum designs, focusing on the development of programs outcomes and course outcomes and the alignment of assessment with these outcomes. The ANOVA, that is analysis of variance result, shows the more formal implementation of OBE in compliance with NEP guidelines, which can be seen from the low p value of 0.00 and a high F statistics, that is 260.923. In simple terms, we can say that the level of OBE implementation act as a key factor in influencing the design of the curricula by the teachers of different institutions. Coming to the next objective, that is to investigate the observed improvement or challenges in the students' skill development, research capabilities, and critical thinking skills resulting from the implementation of OBE. Here, the table shows that R square is 5.542, which means that approximately 54.2% of the variance in the student's skill is because of the implementation of OBE. Further, another measure, that is adjusted R square, a better version of R, you can say, consider the number of predicators, and it shows that it's 0.536 in this analysis. So we can say that there have been improvements, although there are challenges, but there have been improvements in the students' skill development. Coming to the next objective, that is fifth, to identify the challenges and obstacles faced by the teachers in implementing OBE in commerce and management education and provide recommendation to address these challenges. Respondents were asked about the different challenges and the recommendations for the same, and when they were analyzed, it was found that approximately on an average 2.05 were having facing challenges in implementing this in their institution. So they suggested some of the recommendations which were aligning the curriculum with OBE principles, allocation of more resources and support, and creative awareness among the students. So to conclude, we can say that commerce and management teachers denote some level of familiarity with OBE, although the implementation of this principle is somewhat less formal in some institution and more formal in some other institution, depending upon whether it is a private or a government institution. Further, OBE further the study showed that 54.2% of the variance in students' skill is because of this implementation. So we can say the people are ready to adopt this new education system along with OBE, but they need proper allocation, they need proper support, and they need some level of more awareness among the students. Thank you. Scope for further. Okay.
That was a very good paper.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Like your sample is 158 and your respondents are the teachers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they are from which institutions?
They are from the higher educational institutions involving colleges and university, both the government as well as private.
Which area? Which geographical?
Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah?
Uttar Pradesh.
Uttar Pradesh. Okay. Good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So this was the last presentation of the day. Are there any others left out who have come now for the presentation? Yes, sir? May I please come? Kindly introduce yourself. One more, last. Sir, kindly go straight to the objectives and the observations. He also is having paper. Unko bhi hai?
Respected chairperson, co-chairperson, dignitaries sitting on the dais, off the dais, and fellow delegates coming from different parts of India. Friends, my paper is on the topic National Education Policy 2020 and Stress Management Provisions in NEP to deal with stress management of its stakeholder. The gist of my paper is as follows. According to the National Education Policy 2020, every student must have a thorough and holistic report that accurately captures their learning profile and progress in the cognitive, emotional, and psychomotor domains. Additionally, NEP recommends granting educators greater latitude in choosing pedagogical components so they can instruct a student in the manner in which they see fit. Instructors will also place a strong emphasis on socio-emotional learning, which is essential to each student. Friends, I would like to, due to lack of time, I would like to focus on challenges of our topic, the National Education Policy 2020 in India, like any major educational reforms, faces several challenges related to stress management for teachers. These challenges can impact the successful implementation of the policy's stress reduction initiatives. Some of the key challenges include as follows. Implementation gap. The successful implementation of stress management measures depends on state governments, educational institutions, and various stakeholders. There may be an implementation gap where policy intentions do not translate effectively into practice due to resource constraints, administrative hurdles, or resistance to change. Second, workload. Teachers in India often have heavy workloads, including teaching, administrative.
Please, conclude कर दीजिए.
As instructed by the chairperson, I would focus on some key takeaways. NEP has suggested ways to cope up with stress for both students and teachers. Next, the major challenges lies in its implementation, as most of the schools lack basic infrastructure. The majority of Indian schools, colleges, and universities today lack the resources necessary to address mental issues within their student body, and also for educators, especially the females. Every higher education establishment ought to have a mental health support system that is accessible to all students and integrated into their overall developments. Lastly, there is no perfect one-size-fits-all balance you should be striving for. Therefore, there should be a dynamic approach when it comes to dealing with stress under the provisions of NEP 2020. Thank you, sir, for giving me some time to present my paper. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And the last presentation, Dr. Rishikesh. Kindly introduce yourself and take 3 minutes time, not more than 3 minutes, please.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Myself, Dr. Rishikesh. I am Associate Professor in Bir Bahadur Singh Purvanchal University. This is a conceptual paper, basically. And the title of the paper is Studying the Impact of Organizational Citizenship Behavior on Organizational Effectiveness. Actually, it is a human resource management based paper, and it covers the organizational citizenship behavior for the benefit of organizational effectiveness. Next, okay. In the introduction, I just give the conceptual thing about the organizational citizenship behavior. Actually, OCB refers to the discretionary voluntary actions that employees engage in which go beyond the minimum requirements of their roles. As we all know, there are so many roles we have to perform in organizations. Sometimes we are as a recruiter, sometimes we are providing the training, sometimes we have to handle the grievances. So in organizational citizenship behavior, we have to improve for the organizational effectiveness. In the continuation, the objective is to provide a understanding of how OCB influences various feats of organizational effectiveness, such as financial performance, employee satisfaction, and innovation. As you all know, innovation is different from invention, because in innovation, we just do our creativity. Relevance of the study, as you all know, there are several relevance, and this research suggests a positive correlation between OCB and employee engagement. Employee engagement is also a very important part of human resource management. Objective of the study, organization citizenship behavior is the technical psychological team for what can be simply defined as the compilation of individual behavior in a group setting. In continuation, literature review is there. Basically, organizational effectiveness is very important for human resource management point of view. Employee well-being, employee behavior, long-term organizational sustainability, and in conclusion, we just try to put our paper for HR perspective, and that is the main aim of this paper. Thank you.
You?
Thank you.
Sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Professor A. Ravichandran, Satyavadi College Evening, University of Delhi. So people have presented well, and we are in the direction of implementing effectively the NEP 2020. But however, I do have two concerns with regards to NEP 2020. One is the NEP 2020 takes us to globally competitive. At the same time, there is one important point which is stated in the NEP document: delivery of the pedagogy in local language or mother tongue. If we compels to deliver in local language or mother tongue, how our education system will become globally competitive? The second concern with that, multidisciplinary aspect. So if specialization to the students is not permissible, then how one can become specialized in the field of particular field of economy? These two observations and two concerns I am bothered. Rest of the points, it is very acceptable, very much. It is more flexible, more interactive, more student-centric. ICT application is more. So I am concerning with these 2 points only. If anybody clarify these two, it is more welcome. Thank you so much, madam, for giving this opportunity.
I think he wants to answer his questions. Yeah, sir.
At the outset of thank you today's afternoon, and in this session we received more than 80 papers, and out of 80 more than 24 paper presented, and out of them 2 will submit by myself and Professor Sandhya Rani will submit to authority. In this occasion, I would like to two big personality who sitting here, respected P. Purushottam Rao sir and Professor Manas Pandey. And at morning, one personality, Professor H.K. Singh, also given view on NEP. Professor Ravichandran, Professor Shah, Professor Himanshi Verma, Professor Dr. Neetu. I heartily thankful to whole person who engaging this session in positive sense. Once again, I invite my colleague, Dr. Sandhya Rani Madam, to give vote of thanks behalf of our committee. Madam.
At the outset, I thank the organizing team of University of Delhi and all the organizers who have very beautifully, made all the arrangements for this seminar session. And I congratulate all the paper presenters for, giving your presentation and observations on the relevant topic of NEP 2020. One point I would like to tell you all, the recommendations which are given by NEP 2020 on the various aspects are really wonderful, but they are more of ideological in nature. Implementing those recommendations for the kind of the diversified population we have in our country is really challenging. Implementing and overcoming the implications of the recommendations, is really challenging for us because we differ in many ways, be it culturally or the kind of the practices, which we have inherited from our ancestors. It is really, different and diversified, and for such a huge population, bringing them all on a common platform, on a single platform is really challenging for our country. But somewhere it has to begin, and so therefore we have to positively take it forward, and it can be implemented only when we teachers empower ourselves with all the awareness on the various aspects of NEP 2020 recommendations. Only then we will be able to impart the real education among our students. So once again, I thank the organizers of University of Delhi for providing me this opportunity. Thank you one and all.
So with this, we come to an end of our seminar session. And now I would like to invite Kamini ma'am to felicitate our chairperson. Now I request Professor Ravichandran and Professor Shah to felicitate our co-chairperson, Sandhya Rani ma'am. And there is one announcement. And there is one announcement regarding the best paper for the seminar. Two best paper which are being selected by our co-chairperson and chairperson. So those two papers have to be presented tomorrow once more in the BBAY session, right? So they will announce the best two papers soon, and then as per that, whatever two best papers been selected in this seminar session will again present their same presentation tomorrow also, please.
See, there are 4 technical sessions and 1 seminar session. From each technical session, two papers, 2 best papers will be chosen. So 4 twos are 8 papers, and from the seminar session, 2 best papers will be chosen. So 10 papers will go for BB award. right, where 1 gold medal and then 4 silver medals will be conferred by ICA. Right, so all these 10 papers will have, whomsoever have been selected, they have to again present their papers in the BBA session, right, out of which 5 awards will be given to the participants. So all the very best to all the paper presenters who are going for the BBA award, and I wish you all the luck. Thank you, one and all.